계신 여러분들께 안내 말씀을 드리겠습니다. 2025 김대중 평화회의 이제 세 번째 세션이 곧 시작이 되겠습니다. 저희가 9시 30분 시작으로 여러분께 안내를 해드렸는데요. 시간이 얼마 남지 않았죠. 아직 외부에 계신 분들께서 이제 모두 들어오셔서 착석을 해주시기 바랍니다. 원활한 진행을 위해서 여러분의 휴대전화는 진동이나 무음으로 설정해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 네, 저희 회의는 공시 통역 서비스를 제공하고 있습니다. 지금 책상 위에 수신기가 비치가 되어 있는데요. 채널 1번은 한국어로 들으실 수가 있겠고요. 채널 2번은 영어입니다. 필요하신 분은 리시버도 함께 준비해 주시면 되겠습니다. 자, 이제 곧 회의가 시작이 되겠습니다. 여러분 모두 들어오셔서 착석을 해주시면 네, 여러분 그러면 이제
Without delay, we are going to start the third day of Kim Dae-jung Peace Forum. Once again, let me introduce myself to you. I am Kyung-mi Kim, serving as your MC today. It's such a great morning. Thank you so much for being here with us. And we had session 1 and 2. We talked about the peace on the Korean Peninsula and the new global order. And today in session 3, we are going to talk about the policies of Northeast Asian countries and also the peace on the Korean Peninsula. And I hope that greater wisdom can be collected by all the participants here today. Now, let me welcome our moderator, Mr. Shin, onto the stage. And I'd like to invite the two speakers from Tokyo University, Kimiya Tadashi-san, and also Professor Baik, who is Professor Emeritus from Yonsei University, onto the stage. Moderator, would you please lead the session for us? I will hand over my microphone to our moderator. Hello, everyone. I am going to lead the session with the topic on the East Asian international politics and peace on the Korean Peninsula. My name is Bong-gil Shin. I am working at the Korea Council on Foreign Relations. Thank you so much for inviting me and giving me this important role as a moderator at the Kim Dae-jung Peace Forum. I spent my 40 years at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and my last position was the ambassador to India representing the Republic of Korea. So throughout my career, foreign affairs related to Northeast Asian countries and also North Korea, and I was responsible for KEDO, and I was part of the six-party talks representing our country. And Korea-China-Japan relations was one of the responsibilities at TCS, which was established, and I was the founding member of the TCS. That's why I guess I was invited as the moderator to lead the session 3 with topic on East Asian international politics and peace on the Korean Peninsula. As you may well know, the world is going through changes, and especially through the new global order, and we are going through chaotic changes. The liberal international order is being shaken up, and with the inauguration of the second Trump administration, the free economic order is being crumbled, and the democratic movements are taking backsliding around the world as well. And democracy and authoritarian territories, the lines that used to divide those two are becoming blurred. And the US-China rivalry is getting worsening. So there are many concerns around the world over the trade issues and other matters as well. And East Asian countries are located at the forefront of such changes. There are wars waged against Ukraine and also wars in the Middle East. And if there is going to be a new war, people predict that it can take place in Northeast Asia. Some people say other reasons in Northeast Asia, but other people say it could be a war on the Korean Peninsula. At this critical juncture, we really need the insights that used to be given by our former President Kim Dae-jung to live up to the meaning of the Kim Dae-jung Peace Forum. We invited experts to share their insights so that we can wade through the current challenges and welcome a new paradigm of peace. Without further ado, let me introduce our two speakers to you. Kimiya Tadashi is a professor from the Tokyo University in Japan, who is sitting right next to me. He graduated and majored in law, and he got his PhD at Korea University. He is an expert on the situation on the Korean Peninsula, relations between Korea and China, and the political situation in Northeast Asian countries. And he is very active in giving his lectures. And Emeritus Professor Emeritus Baik Yonsei from Yonsei University. He graduated from Seoul National University, majoring in Advanced Studies on Asia, and he has served as a long-time editor of the 창작 and 비평, which is a publication related to culture, society, politics, and economy. And he has always emphasized and encouraged everyone to move away from Westernism-centered thinking towards the universal thinking. He also received an award, Fukuoka Osaka Award, this year. And in this session, I will give 20 minutes to each speakers, and then we will spend the remainder 30 minutes by getting questions from the floor and also inviting speakers to share their comments on each other. After the two presentations, Q&A session will continue, so I'd like to ask for your active participation by asking questions. First, let me welcome Professor Tadashi.
Good morning, everyone. I'm very honored to be invited to this meaningful forum. I would like to say thank you to Dr. Baek Hak-sun and other organizers. Regarding President Kim Dae-jung, I have something to say in proud. September 2001, Reverend Kang Won-young organized the Christian Academy a meeting, and I participated in that meeting. At that time, I thought that there is a late Koi Takako, chairperson of Japanese Socialist Party. I was there, and at that time, I was invited to the Blue House as a foreigner. That was very memorable and fond memory. As I look at the modern history of Korea, and there are Park Jong-hee and Kim Dae-jung, who are the two leaders who made a great achievement in the Korean history. They made the economic development and the political democratization so that South Korea could win in the ideological competition against North Korea. So that is my fond reflection about President Kim. So far, I have been reading. I have been calling him as a President Kim Dae-jung, but he is the subject of my research, so I will just call him Kim Dae-jung. I seek for your understanding. The purpose of my presentation is this. What will be the enduring appeal as a politician? He was able to make a balance between political realism and political imagination. There are two aspects in explaining this. First of all, his approach to the Korean Peninsula would have some relations with the Northeastern international relations and the modern history. And I would like to review on that aspect. And secondly, around 2000, Kim Dae-jung administration went through uncertainties caused by the United States, then China rivalry, and North Korean and Russian military cooperation, and North Korea is a nuclear state. So all the more Korean Peninsula is at intention. So I would like to revisit his legacy to translate that into the current situation. So in the modern history, Kim Dae-jung was a very important figure. As the opposition party leader in 1960 and after, his thought and his policy visions played a key role. First of all, as a presidential candidate in 1971, he proposed the four-power security theory. In the 1960s, Park Chung-hee's diplomacy was about the active intervention in the Cold War system in order to make up the inferior state of the South Korea compared to North Korea. However, the Cold War system has been greatly shaken in 1970s. Nixon administration decided to withdraw from the Vietnam War, and he normalized relations with China in 1972. Likewise, the Cold War system made a transition into detente in 1970s. Of course, President Park Chung-hee also wanted to actively respond to this changing situation. In 1971, Kim Dae-jung thought that China does not have any relations with Korea. At that time, China was regarded as an enemy state. However, Kim Dae-jung thought that we could not stop the rise of China, so we need to be able to take advantage of the international influence carried by China in Korea's favor. So his four-power security theory is about for Korea to make an intervention in the four-power playground, so that he made other four powers to prevent Korea becoming a battlefield. So in that way, President Kim Dae-jung wanted to secure peace on the Korean Peninsula. That was the basic blueprint to create the peace on the Korean Peninsula. Park Chung-hee administration did not agree Kim Dae-jung's vision. The administration regarded his vision as dangerous. However, those criticism was not aligned with the Park Chung-hee administration's policy. After Park Chung-hee administration reached a joint statement with North Korea, and in 1973, a June 23rd declaration was announced to recognize North Korea as a state and simultaneously became the members of the United Nations. That means Park Chung-hee partially admitted the vision of Kim Dae-jung. So the big difference between Park Chung-hee and Kim Dae-jung is this. Kim Dae-jung just focused on the changes, and he wanted to create favorable conditions for this change to be played out. Northeastern Asian situation in the 1970s were used proactively, not passively. Those situations were used for the Korean Peninsula to have a peace settled on it. Next, since the Korean democratization, let me review how the Kim Dae-jung's vision was developed in 1990s. First of all, he looked at the experience of the German unification. Kim Dae-jung said that unification should not be through the absorption, and he made this conclusion by closely observing German unification. He noticed the dangers brought by the unification by absorption. After 1992, being defeated in the presidential election, Kim Dae-jung proposed the three-phase unification: inter-Korean federation, federated state, and into complete unification. The inter-Korean federation could be possible under the situation of Cold War or the ideological rivalry. In order to avoid the North Korean-style unification, Kim Dae-jung proposed the buffer state of inter-Korean federation. But however, into 1990s, Cold War was ended, and the inter-Korean dialogue or conversation became very active to produce the joint statement of denuclearization. However, all the visions was not clearly realized because the first North Korean crisis broke out. And North Korea put emphasis on its relations with United States rather than with South Korea. So North Korea focused on developing nuclear weapons development. And this crisis has been settled through the Geneva Consensus. However, the end of the Cold War could not bring any peace-backed dividend. It was a great concern. Kim Yong-sam administration wanted to still clinging to the Korean initiative in dealing with inter-Korean relations. He wanted to be equally stated in the North Korean-US relations or North Korean-Japan relations. South Korea wants to be also the part of this grand situation. However, Kim Dae-jung had different ideas. He wanted to take advantage of the virtuous cycle taking place outside for the Korean government's favor. Next, I would like to review the Kim Dae-jung administration. Kim Dae-jung thought that the United States has the violent nature as a great power, as well as the icon of democracy and the human rights defending. During the Cold War, those U.S. government supported the dictatorship in South Korea for the American interest. For that, Kim Dae-jung actually criticized the values held by the United States. Next, I would like to review the relations with the Clinton's second administration. Unlike the Clinton first administration, the second Clinton administration was very active in promoting its relations with North Korea. So during his term, the U.S. administration was able to end the first nuclear crisis. The second term of Clinton administration highly appreciated the Kim Dae-jung's rapprochement policy. It was the basis for the Paris process. Clinton administration wanted to outsource its relations with North Korea to South Korea. However, North Korea preferred to engage with the United States and isolate the South Korea. The reading that the Kim Dae-jung administration persuaded the United States to make an active intervention in its relations with North Korea. In order to this policy to be successful, there was need that the North Korea, in dealing with South Korea and the United States, should not leave any room for the maneuvering. For that, TCOG was established. So here, the Korea, U.S., Japan made a cooperation in dealing with North Korea. It was very successful. The tripartite cooperation was enabled in deterring North Korean provocation. However, these three countries were on the same page for cooperation. That was a great achievement of Kim Dae-jung administration and second term of Clinton administration and Obuchi administration. And this was possible because these two countries had high expectation and trust onto President Kim. And in 2000, there was the first ever inter-Korean summit. State Secretary Albright visited North Korea, and Jo Myung-lo also visited the United States. President Clinton had a plan to visit North Korea, or Kim Jong-il may visit the United States. However, all these plans were not realized due to the other circumstances, and with that, the possibility for the big strike on the Korean Peninsula was removed. But the Clinton administration's engagement policy was enabled because there was Kim Dae-jung administration's intermediary role in the North Korean-U.S. negotiation. Kim Dae-jung, in promoting North Korean policy, learned lessons from U.S. policy toward Vietnam, as well as Cuban policy. It was very interesting. Not only that, Kim Dae-jung also made a very painful advice to the United States, and that was very sincere. That's why Clinton really supported Kim Dae-jung's policy. Next, I would like to review its relations with Japan. There was Kim Dae-jung's perspective into Japan. Kim Dae-jung actually negatively evaluated the pre-war Japan. And also he criticized severely about the history revisionism adopted by Japan. However, with the peace constitution, Japan was completely changed afterward, and for that Kim Dae-jung made a high appreciation. and that view was shared only by a fraction or the minority within the within Korea. Kim Dae-jung thought that Japan's development in terms of market economy and the democracy could be a model for Korea. So he decided to make frequent exchanges with Japan, and the human exchanges will be very important. And also Kim Dae-jung was very thankful when he was to the Japanese people when he was kidnapped, or the Japanese people made a great efforts to save him when he was in danger. In October 1998, Kim Dae-jung administration and the Obuchi administration looked at the Japan's past, and they made a Japan-Korea partnership declaration. I believe that was the very beginning of real relations between South Korea and Japan. The very achievement in its relations is Koizmi's visit to North Korea. It was possible because there were accumulated efforts made by Kim Dae-jung administration. Actually, Prime Minister Koizmi visited North Korea in September 2002. They discussed the return of survived abductee and discussed the normalization of its relations with North Korea. And these points were well captured in Pyongyang joint declaration. However, after that, the Japanese internal opinion went sour, so the Japan-North Korean negotiation could not make the real progress. However, it was still meaningful because Kim Dae-jung administration made the intermediary role in normalizing relations between Japan and North Korea. Next, about the North Korean relations. Park Jong-hee said in order to have a negotiation with the dictatorship like North Korea, so he tried to justify using institutions because South Korea should be also a dictatorship in dealing with the North Korean dictators. However, Kim Dae-jung was different. Kim Dae-jung thought that Korea should be a sincere democratic country in order to deal with very different state, which is North Korea. That he thought that will lead to the ultimate unification. Kim Dae-jung's reconciliation and cooperation policy was unconditional in improving its relations with the North Korea. Kim Dae-jung did not the top priority on unification. However, he carefully calculated how to win the best gain with the smallest cost. He was a true realist. The North Korean attitude is to engage United States while isolating South Korea. In that situation, Kim Dae-jung tried not to leave any room for North Korea to maneuver the situation, and also he was able to persuade the Korean people about his approach toward North Korea, and the better relation between North Korea, the United States, and North Korea and Japan would be bringing about the peace dividend in the relationship of with the South Korea and North Korea, and it was true because the Kim Dae-jung's North Korean policy brought about economic gains. He promoted different projects like Kumgangsan tourism projects as well as Kaesong Industrial Complex project, and it was economically beneficial to North Korea and helped Kim Dae-jung to improve its political relations with North Korea. And this relations is not the strict reciprocity. At least he allowed unilateral benefit to be obtained by North Korea. And as I said before, in this way, Kim Dae-jung made a great contribution in improving South Korean relations with North Korea, and he played the successful intermediary role in improving North Korean relations with the United States and Japan. And through this, I think that he was a catalyst for North Korea to level up its relations with the external world. And his role was possible because there was accumulated trust of Kim Dae-jung as an individual and as a government. Lastly, I would like to discuss global diplomacy, including China. Since 1960s, Kim Dae-jung thought that China would have a great significance in international relation diplomacy. Unlike the current situation, in around 2000, China had a limited power in Northeast Asia and the world. So in Kim Dae-jung diplomacy, China's proportion was not very big in its relations with China. However, he looked into the future. He focused on improving its relations with China. The noteworthy episode is that he persuaded President Clinton to visit China very actively. At that time, still President Clinton was hesitant in visiting China because there was the image from the Tiananmen Square incident. So President Clinton sought for Kim Dae-jung's advice about U.S. relations with China. At that time, the circumstance was fine to grow better relations between the United States and China. However, Kim Dae-jung's role was very critical in improving U.S. relations with China. And when Kim Dae-jung visited Vietnam, he made a clear apology to the damages done by Korean soldiers onto the Vietnam community. It was the other face of Kim Dae-jung's diplomacy, and this kind of achievements was well appreciated and leading to his winning of Nobel Peace Prize. Actually, I also prepared to review the current situation. So different Korean governments' achievements are compared with the Kim Dae-jung administration, and I also wanted to point out his legacy and how to translate that into the real policy in the current situation. However, due to the time constraint, I may not cover that part. Later, I hope I can be talking about this again.
감사합니다.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Professor Kimiya Tadashi. Has been in close relations with President Kim Dae-jung with topics on the Northeast Asian national relations, and the realism and political imagination are the areas of his expertise. Kim Dae-jung, the former President Kim Dae-jung, is known to have grand dreams for realizing his political goals, but at the same time, he was known to be a realist. Especially Professor Kimiya Tadashi is focusing on 4 major power security guarantee system, and North Korean coalition, unification, and very new political concepts have been covered by his professor. He was at the forefront of the agendas that will only be discussed years later. He is the person, and also together with President Kim Dae-jung, was the person who led the discussions. Those two Korean peace talks have been very dear to our former president. So if you have any questions to Professor Tadami, please do not hesitate. Now I'd like to invite our second speaker for this session. Can you put up the PowerPoint that I prepared? Now my clock says 10:07, and I will try to finish my presentation before 10:30. Here is my title. This is not a venue to share our academic papers, so for the public, I will try to be very brief with my presentation. Whenever people meet each other, they introduce themselves by sharing their names. So let me share my title of the presentation. My presentation title is Making a Narrative. I will talk to you about the 100-year-long history of East Asia. It's not just about sharing stories, but I want to tell you how narratives are being developed from the perspective of China, Japan, and Korea over the history of 100 years. How narratives were developed and shared by these three countries in East Asia. And as the subtitles say here, I want to approach this topic from the perspective of global, geo-regional perspective. So you must be wondering, what is this geo-regional perspective? This is about global plus regional perspectives combined to take an integrated view of the political situation in East Asia, especially in Korea, because the three countries share a 100-year-long history together. I know this is too academic. I'm a researcher by profession, so apologies. This is a table of content, and moving on to the next slide. This is how I see the problem. We celebrate 80th year of independence this year, and we had big events that took place in August. And we remember the day as the Liberation Day. And in Japan, they remember this day as the end of the war. And some negatively remember this day as the day of defeat. Then this is how they remember. And if you look at, if you have heard over the media, in China on September the 3rd, they placed great importance on September the 3rd, and they had a big mega-scale events. And Putin and Mr. Kim Jong-un, the North Korean leader, were invited to the 80th anniversary of victory in the war of resistance against Japanese aggression. And they called this day, September 3rd, as the day to win the war against fascism. They say it's not just the war won by one country, but this is the war of the global, from the global perspective. That's how they remember this day. These different modes of commemoration and memory were shaped within the framework of national histories. How can we develop narratives from these different perspectives? As a historian, it's not only talking about the past events. A historian's job is to think about the future as well. So let's take a look at China. Why do they place great importance on the war of resistance against Japanese aggression? They always emphasize the 100 years of subjugation and humiliation. And they call the 100 years of those days as the history of humiliation, but not anymore. They emphasize those days and years as the years of victory. Not only the Chinese historians, but also in the academia, they always place great importance on the victory in the war of resistance against Japanese aggression. They do not want to phrase it as the end of the colonization by the Japanese forces, but they want to frame it as the war of resistance against Japanese aggression. The way they talk about the past history through narratives, they come up with two concepts, and those are the main Eastern battlefield and the 14-year war of resistance. These are the core themes of the dominant trend in Chinese academic research on the war of resistance against Japan. Especially, there was a long-lasted war of Soviet Union and Germany, but China said that the sacrifices were not only made by countries in the West. There was another important battlefield during the Second World War in the East. That's why they emphasize the main Eastern battlefield, because many sacrifices and many fightings were carried out in the East. And we helped those fighting in the Western battlefield. That's why the Chinese academia came with the concept of main Eastern battlefield and the 14-year war of resistance. People say that the starting point of China's anti-Japanese struggle was not the 7th incident of 1937. They want to move it back from that 1937 event to the September 18th incident of 1931. They want to emphasize that we have been suffered by the Japanese aggression way earlier than 1937. So they want to overcome the Westernism-centered thinking. They want to promote the idea of main Eastern battlefield, and they want to put the starting point not from the 1937 but from 1931. So why now? Why are they emphasizing their victory over the Japanese aggression? That's why we have to pay attention to the main Eastern battlefield. I respect their thinking. Yes, Asia has suffered. We put up a good fight, but they have to remember not only China but Korea also went through hardships. The Korean context and perspective needs to be reflected. Otherwise, it will not be the global perspective. If they only focused on the Chinese perspective, they will not include the perspectives from neighboring countries. The Korean soldiers also went to the mainland on China to fight together against the Japanese aggression. Whether it is a left wing or right wing, Soldiers from other countries went to the mainland of China to fight, to put up a fight. That's why when it comes to the history in the East Asian countries, we need to have a geo-regional perspective so that we can integrate different views, not only from one country, but all the countries in East Asia. So what is this geo-global perspective good for China? If they only focus on China's perspective, they can be criticized as a China-centric view because China is also criticizing some people having Western-oriented thinking. I also am going to write an article in the Chinese media, and some might criticize me as having Korea-centered thinking. But what I am saying is that those who fought for independence during the hard days, the theory of civilianism, they had a high level of thinking. They predicted well before how we can contribute to the democracy achieved in East Asia. So why is China emphasizing the victory in the war of resistance against Japan now? And why did it have such mega-scale September 3rd celebrations? Just as one of our speakers said, they want to take this opportunity to show it to the U.S. They want to say that if anyone picks up a fight with them, they will win over that game or fight. This is kind of a warning message being sent to the U.S., and that was said by the director Jang, who was one of the speakers yesterday. And they want to move away from the history of humiliation. They want to emphasize the history of victory against the Japanese aggression. And Cairo talks and Yalta talks. You remember the Chinese leader participated in talking about a new global order. They want to emphasize that. They want to be respected as one of the great powers. And they want to emphasize that in this new global order, they can do their job in establishing new orders for those on the mainland and also those outside China. These are the pictures of the celebrations this year. Now I know I'm running out of time, so I will be very speedy. There have been many talks, and also many talks in Japan. I got some hints from Professor Nam, and what I am emphasizing is the Far East 1905 system theory. Following its victory in the First Sino-Japanese War in 1895, Japan annexed Taiwan. After the Russo-Japanese War in 1905, that's why they are highlighting the Far East 1905 system theory. And after that, one unified order has been maintained by Japan. And what does this mean? They annexed Taiwan in the First Sino-Japanese War, and they subjugated Korea after the Russo-Japanese War in 1905. And from the 1905, Japan moved toward imperialist territorial expansion, and the Far East 1905 system marked the beginning of this process. And if you look on the slide, there is a book that specifies the starting point from the annexation of Taiwan to subjugation of Korea, and the imperialist territorial expansion thereafter. They tried so hard to keep the Far East 1905 system, but after losing the war in World War II, this system was dismantled. Korea, the U.S. formed alliance, and U.S.-Japan alliance also shaped. This is kind of twin alliances. So the U.S. led the alliance forming. So Japan is in the boat together with the U.S. to maintain the system they desired. And what is the driving force behind it? The Korean War. Because of the emergence of the Korean War, the Korean War kind of cemented the arrangement through agreements among the nations involved. This interpretation, maybe some people may disagree. This interpretation can be suggested by right wing, and some political party wants to keep this system, especially in the last administration. They wanted to cooperate with Japan, and they didn't talk about the past because they want to keep the twin alliance system. So we have to pay close attention how the system may evolve in the coming years. The San Francisco treaty system, I will skip this part due to the limited time. So what is Korea's vision for the regional order? There is nothing tangible to call anything as the vision for the regional order for Korea. Whenever I talk about Korea's thinking for the regional order, what alternative narrative originating from the Korean Peninsula can counter China's future vision based on the victory in the War of Resistance against Japan and Japan's vision rooted in the 1905 system? So what I can tell you is that 100 years after the Russo-Japan War, we can introduce cumulative resources to point to the ideological and practical resources that have gradually accumulated over Korea's century of transformation. This current begins with the Eun-jung's theory of East Asian peace, passed through the Kimiya Declaration of Independence, and extends into the present. We thought beyond the Korean Peninsula. That's what this declaration and theory mean. I use the term nation building in the style of the Korean Peninsula, but for the past 100 years, nation building in the style of the Korean Peninsula has been promoted as a framework shaped by Korea's unique modern history. There are conservative and the liberal efforts, but what I want to focus on is transformative centrism. I want to take two examples on independence activist Jo and Jo So-wang and Fu Kwang. So what? Kim Dae-jung. So transformative centrism, what does this mean? They say it's transformative centralism is the strong willingness to overcome the post-Cold War divided system. And also, it is the concept to pursue decolonization and independent national building. This is not for the grand goal of transformation to create a new peninsula, any forces can be united. That's why we call it transformative centrism, as both, which can serve as both a methodology for solidarity and a movement strategy. So I want to talk to you about Cho So-wang as well as Kim Dae-jung. Cho So-wang served as Foreign Minister of the Provisional Government of the Republic of Korea. His job was very important. So he emphasized the concept of Samgyunism, which is an ideology that aims for equality in politics, economy, and education. It is even included in the high school textbook. But I want to divide it to the theory of politics, and I know I'm running out of time, so let me be very brief. If you look, the China talks about the East battlefield and the 40-year war, but his political situation theory goes far beyond that. In 1931, the year is not important, but when Korea was colonized by the Japanese imperial force, it already began then, way before 1931. And he used the wording like the lighthouse of the peace, Korea being the lighthouse of the peace. And he recognized that March 1st was the closing bell of the First World War and the opening bell of the Second World War. This is a very important insight. And if you look at his theory of civilization, foundation and independence can be pursued at the same time, but it's not about just having the prosperous country and a strong military. And his Samgyunju의 theory emphasizes a new democracy. Capitalism and the socialism and the new political system can be blended together. That is the main essence of his civilization theory. So he has a great insights. And now let's talk about Kim Dae-jung's vision. What is most important is, just like our ambassador Shin said, his internationalism and pragmatism were fundamentally interconnected. He fused scholarly problem awareness and merchant-like realism. That's the exact words our president said. It is very important to have this kind of perception. Only with this perception of scholarly problem awareness and merchant-like realism, we can achieve transformative centrism. In this way, he extended the lineage of transformative centrism. He clearly argued that the peace on the Korean Peninsula is the core condition for guaranteeing peace in Northeast Asia, East Asia, and the world. That's why many theories were proposed that is in line with our former President Kim Dae-jung, the democracy achieved from the global perspective. He talked about the global democracy, and it was his ideal to achieve. So if there are any limitation to his ideology, it's our job to expand his philosophy and his thinking. The global political situation is very challenging. So for peace in East Asia, we need to develop a new narrative. So what could be the criteria to develop a new narrative? We should not be swept by trends. We need to utilize the resources that were accumulated over the 100 years, and we need to have narratives that can hit chord in the hearts of the public. This is a news article covered by Hangyeol에 on August 15th. And on the far right, that is the picture of Joseon, and also second to the right is Yoon Dong-ju. By looking at the pictures, I thought, oh, this is a great picture that I can use for my presentation. So I am almost nearing the end of my presentation. Please bear with us. We are at a critical juncture, and the world is also going through extreme right-wing parties. So what kind of a discourse should we participate in? Throughout the Korean Peninsula, we already have a hard power and we have a soft power. And what is important is that we have to promote peace and democracy at the same time. They are two sides of a coin. We already are a living example. And especially after the martial law declared by the former president, we saw the revolution of light candles on the street. Strategic and geopolitical risks are many. But we can go onto the street and embarrass the political leaders of their wrongdoings by holding up the light candles. That will be almost the end of my presentation, but this is a drawing done by one child living in Gangwon, and it was given as a present to President Lee Jae-myung. On the left, what you're seeing is the confrontation between the North Korean and South Korean army at the border by using the loudspeakers. And the child complains about the noise coming from the loudspeakers. But if you look closely, there is a melody coming out from the loudspeakers. And the message is that they are very happy not to hear any noise coming from the loudspeakers, with the main contents on the propaganda broadcasting to South Korea. It is important to create a satisfying living environment for all the public. And I think that is a job of all of us, and I think that is the road that former President Kim Dae-jung wanted us to take. That will be the end of my presentation. Thank you so much for your kind attention. I never saw an audience giving this big hand to a speaker at the end of the presentation. So our Professor Emeritus said a lot of things that I didn't hear before. China always reminded themselves that they cannot repeat the 100-year history of humiliation. So I guess they are moving away from the history of 100 years of humiliation. They are now focusing on the victory against the Japanese aggression in resistance to the Japanese forces. So what about Korea? Korea shall not be excluded. Korea participate together with joint forces with China in resistance against the Japanese aggression. So we have to identify such cases in our history and then share them with China. and their emphasis on the victory against the Japanese aggression, he said, was a sign being sent to the U.S. And we have to carry on the thinking of former President Kim Dae-jung, especially to achieve peace in East Asian countries. We have to develop new narratives from the perspective of Korea. And that is because Korea is the country that succeeded in promoting democracy as well as peace at the same time. A very abstractive content and very philosophical, which serve as the food for thought for all of us. We have about 15 minutes. Is there any question from the floor? We are happy to entertain any questions from the floor. So please hand over the microphone to a person who raised his hand.
Thank you, Professor Kimiya Tadashi. As I listen to you, I have a short comment and as well as a question. And until 1970s and 80s, Japan exercised the local leadership, being recognized in the world. During the same time period, Germany did the same too. However, after German unification, when EU was created, the German may play the leadership, while Japan, after the war, went through the sad period in history. However, we cannot deny the leadership played by Japan. Now, the Japan's light is being dimming at the moment. Now, I would like to ask whether Japan is cleaning up its post-colonial history. Whenever new governments are coming up in China and South Korea, Japan's response to colonial misdeeds are always changing. So the different interactions between the three governments, among the three governments, is always changing. So this is the current reality in politics. So if Japan cleans up its past misdeeds during colonialization, then the three countries may find a road into peace. Of course, there were a lot of undertakings in that direction. Is there any way that Japan would not go back to its past? And for Professor Abe, I learned a lot from your presentation. China-Japan war was about colonized Taiwan. It was a past history. However, it was not about the China-Japan relations, but has to do with South Korea because Japan wants to take Korean territory for its own, and the Russia-Japan war was also taking place on the Korean Peninsula, and so after the war, Manchuria was created after those wars, and there should be more details to be explained about the war. So I may not reiterate the result of the Russia-Japan war, but the Russia-Japan war is not directly linked to the colonization of Japan. So more of the details should be touched upon. I am Kim Gwi-ok, Professor Kim Gwi-ok from Hansung University. Sorry to forget my introduction before asking question. Professor Kimiya. Thank you for the question. Yes, that was a very painful question to me as well. we need to be interested in the Japan's past misdeed, and Japan needs to make apology for that.
아주 막 진지하게 그렇게 할 필요는 없었는데
But
그런데
the too much seriousness in the making apology is not necessary, I believe. However, Japan is paying its price for its misdeed. For China and South Korea,
힘을 가지게 됐다고.
now these two countries are more powerful than Japan in a sense. So by now,
과거의 그런 역사에 대해서 뭔가 입장을
Japan
전해줘야
has to make clear about its position on its colonial misdeed. Then it will contribute to building a better relationship with China and South Korea. But on the other hand, this is a tricky issue too. While I'm in Japan, I'm living in Japan.
냉정기는 어떻게 보면 아시아 속에서 유일한 선진국이었고
Japan was the only advanced and democratic state during Cold War era.
중국이 또
After that,
따라잡고
China and South Korea became outpowering country compared to Japan. Now South Korea is neck and neck with Japan in terms of national power. So in this dynamic international relations, the level of international relations is changing constantly.
그런 역사 문제에
So
그렇게 조금 뭐라
depending on this changing international condition,
일본 군내 전적에서도
the, within domestic Japanese domestic politics, there are different opinions on adjusting level of policy.
진지하게 지금
Some are beginning to take a serious approach about the past misdeed, and others want is to have a more coordinated approach toward the Japanese past. So these two different perspectives are competing within Japan. Although I'm a Japanese, so all the other Japanese people are also thinking about which direction should be taken. Professor Bae?
Thank you so much for your difficult question. What I can tell you is that one of the concepts that I emphasize in daily life is there are many tangled contradictions when we talk about the history in East Asia. Because of such contradictions, people on the key sites suffer. In order to overcome contradictions, the objective and subjective conditions come together to form a key site. As an expert on East Asia, I believe one of the key sites is Okinawa of Japan and Korea, and the Taiwanese Strait in Taiwan. The Korean Peninsula is explained as a key site. Through many cycles of transformations in East Asian history, the Korean Peninsula was very important site because it was one of the key sites. But if you do not have the autonomous power, you always fall as a victim. Whenever there are order change in East Asia, Korean Peninsula was very important and served an important role. And 10-year-long colonization, there is a second transformation wave, and another one is the Korean War. And now we are embracing another wave of transformation. The first and second, we didn't have our self-reliant capacities and capabilities. Of course, because of the key site, we had to sacrifice because of the absence of the independent power and self-reliant power. For every transformation, it spans not just a single year, it spans a period from the first Sino-Japanese War to the Russo-Japanese War and the Korean War, and now. Throughout the history, the global orders changed, and the 1905 system was emphasized by the Japanese stakeholder. So this is not just the transformation in terms of the politics, it's also the transformation in terms of the civilization. The Japanese style modernization was born as well throughout the years. So transformation as well as the politics and the civilization is what I'm thinking. So Sino-Japanese War brought on the changes in civilization. Whenever there are civilizational classes, especially after the first Sino-Japanese War, there are new perspectives and new orders being discussed. From the 1904 and to 1910, I label it as a transformation, one cycle of transformation. I will dig deeper into this topic. We are running out of time, but if you really have to ask this question now, please do not hesitate. We have one question from Mr. Peck. It's not a question, but rather a comment. Now, Professor Peck talked about the global perspective, and education shall be shaped in such a manner. In South Jeolla Province, we have Kim Dae-jung Peace Forum taking place here. Our President Kim Dae-jung, as you may well know, is the most authentic Korean who had great passion for and love for the public, and he had been recognized as the global leader, awarded with the he was Nobel Laureate of Peace. And our President Kim Dae-jung has been recognized as human heritage for the world to remember as the Nobel Peace Prize laureate. Through the shining star like President Kim Dae-jung, the world is paying attention to Korea and to this region, and people are coming to Korea and to this region. And through the recognition of a person and figure like Kim Dae-jung as Nobel Peace Prize laureate, Koreans can go out of Korea to talk about his philosophy and his thinking. So efforts are underway to continue the legacy of President Kim Dae-jung. Thank you so much for the opportunity to share my thoughts with you. We are really running out of time. So here goes the closing. I have many chances to attend forums and seminars, and typically on the third day and last day, we see less of the audience, and we only see speakers on the stage or at the podium in a typical case. However, I am so grateful to our audience who attended the last day of the Kim Dae-jung Peace Forum. The contents prepared and presented by our two speakers is not easy, but still, thank you so much for sitting through the presentations, even on the last day. We have about 2 minutes remaining. Professor Kimiya and Professor Park, any last words that you want to share with the audience?
사실 지금 아까 제가 말씀드린 바 같이 그 후반부 20분
In the letter, I actually could not tell you about the latter part of my presentation as I prepared.
남긴 지적 전적인 유산
We have intellectual and political legacy of Kim Dae-jung.
뭐 전적인 리얼리즘하고 전적인 상상력
He was able to balance between political reality and political imagination. In terms of the Korean Peninsula and the surrounding circumstances like Northeast Asia, he had a balanced perspective to overlooking the whole situation.
물론 뭐 저는 뭐 근데 뭐 노무현 대통령이 아주 좋아하는
I love President Roh-moo-hyun as well, but still,
대통령 정권 이후에는
after the Kim Dae-jung administration, the subsequent South Korean governments were not really able to continue Kim Dae-jung's intellectual legacy. I'm not so sure what the Lee Jae-myung administration will leave the country.
대통령께서는 조금 김대중 대통령의 그 지적 전적인 유산
But I hope that this administration is expected to carry forward Kim Dae-jung's intellectual legacy.
대통령의 유산 지적 전적인 유산이 아직 한국에
So
어려운 문제를
I believe that Kim Dae-jung's intellectual and political legacy could be very valid for Korea to navigate through this crisis. I am a little bit optimistic about that.
혹시 책 광고라고 오해하지
Please do not mistake me for promoting my book, promoting a book. But I want to emphasize and introduce one book for you. As said before, I am working at the publisher 창작가 비평, and next year we are preparing to launch 30 books of the Korean history, from the Jeongdojeon to Joseon Dynasty, and all the Confucian scholars. And the last one is on President Kim Dae-jung. Please give me a big hand. Our publisher is publishing a volume of histories from the Joseon Dynasty to the modern history. The reason that I introduced this scheduled launch of the volume of history books is because our last book is on President Kim. He is the last piece of the puzzle of our history, and these books are not for scholars or experts. These books are for the public. So our initial goal is to publish them in Korean first, and then translate them in English. And K-thinking needs to be exported just as we did with the K-food and K-culture and K-pop.
자, 그러면은 80분 동안 이 짧지 않은 시간 동안
We spent 80 minutes, which is not short.
연사분들 그리고 여러 정중년
I'd like to take this opportunity to express my gratitude to our two speakers and to our kind audience. Thank you so much for your attendance.
국제 정치와 한반도 평화를 주제로
Thank you.
했던 이번 세션 수준 높은 강연.
We talked about the East Asian international politics and peace on the Korean Peninsula. This session was possible thanks to your kind attendance. I'd like to thank our moderator and two speakers. And we will have a short 10-minute break. And then we will move on to our last session, which is session 4. We will begin at 11 on sharp. Thank you.
마지막 세션이 이제 곧 시작이 될 텐데요. 저희가 표정 점검을 한 후에 바로 시작하겠습니다. 여러분 자리에 앉아서 잠시만 기다려주시면 감사하겠습니다. 네, 저희 회의의 마지막 세션인 만큼 여러분의 많은 관심, 참여를 부탁드리겠습니다. 고맙습니다. 네, 자 이제 2025 김대중 평화회의 네 번째 세션을 시작하겠습니다.
Now let's begin with the first session of Kim Dae-jung Peace Forum. This forum is about new inter-Korean relations and peace on the Korean Peninsula. We also have moderator and two speakers. This is the very last session so that you can learn a lot and get a lot of insight from our discussions. Let me introduce our moderator and speakers. Professor Dae-jung, the director of Yonsei Institute for North Korean Studies, and Professor Eun-jeung from Free University of Berlin, Germany, and Professor Kim Gwi-ok from Hansung University. Moderator, the floor is yours. I am the professor in the political science at Yonsei University, as well as the director of Yonsei Institute for North Korean Studies. President Kim Dae-jung has a lot of achievements across the sectors, across various subjects and times. When these achievements are assessed, there are the common keyword. This is peace. Peace through reconciliation. When he received Nobel Peace Prize, the Nobel Committee also used the word peace in assessing his achievements. That's why we have organized this peace forum. So you can see the universal theme of peace throughout all the events and occasions. In Korea, we have horizontal power changes. On the Korean Peninsula, there was the June 15th Inter-Korean Summit and the exchange cooperation and peace between the two Koreas. That is the grand achievements made by President Kim Dae-jung. And the ASEAN Plus 3 and Northeastern Asian relations were helped established by Kim Dae-jung's efforts. So Korean society, Northeast Asia, and the world, there you can find his footsteps across all the regions. So now we will review his values and the philosophies in achieving all these. In discussing his accomplishment, we always have to discuss this topic, new inter-Korean relations and peace on the Korean Peninsula, which has to do with the unification of two Koreas. I majored in the Korean foreign policies in relation with the Korean unification policies. As I studied and made research, among many presidents, Kim Dae-jung was interested in the peace on the Korean Peninsula and the deep understanding about inter-Korean relations the most. That's why he was able to achieve the grand success in inter-Korean relations through the inter-Korean summit. So when the scholars are gathered, Kim Dae-jung is always on the table as a discussion agenda. And for that, we invited two speakers. The introduction was already written down on the handout. Our first speaker is Professor Eun-jeung. He received a PhD from the Göttingen University, and now he currently is serving as a professor at Free University of Berlin. He is a leading scholar of Korean studies in Germany. He studied political theory and the political relations. And she made great contributions for the policy making. And regarding unification activists, she was awarded the National Merit, Decoration of National Merit. So she will be talking about the Berlin perspective onto the Korean unification based on the German case, the Eastern Germany situation, and how West Germany prepared for unification, and how the people from East Germany went through the difficult process of unification and integration. From German perspective, there could be some lessons that we can take for our own unification. Our second speaker is Professor Kim Gwi-ok. She is serving as a professor at Hansung University. She actually studied the social studies with the keywords of war, separated families, unification, civil society, labor, and many others. But the one keyword of all this subject is coexistence and peace. So these two speakers are very, very fitting for our discussion. Kim Dae-jung studies and the division studies will also major her research area. So she will be assessing where Korea is lying in the current situation. This is a brief introduction of our session. First, let me invite Professor Eun-jeung. So you are given 20 minutes for your presentation. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Eun-jeung, working as a professor of the Department of Korean Studies at Free Universität Berlin, Germany. Thank you so much to organizers for inviting me as a speaker for this session. This is my second visit to Mokpo. 2 years ago, I came here for summer school in Mokpo with my students, and this year I came to attend this forum, and I don't have time to take a look around the town of Mokpo. But Mokpo is such a beautiful city, so I want to come back here again with my students. My topic is Berlin as a lens for dreaming peace on the Korean Peninsula. And Professor Jude said yesterday, when you talk about peace, you need to have a space to talk about peace. You need space to meet people to talk about the same topic. And we need creativity that can bring us beyond the differences. As far as President Kim Dae-jung is concerned, Berlin, I guess, was the space for him to talk about peace. He came to our university and he declared his sunlight policy at the Free University of Berlin. I guess Berlin served as a venue for him to dream about peace on the Korean Peninsula. That's why I titled my presentation as Berlin as Land for Dreaming Peace on the Korean Peninsula. President Kim Dae-jung and our university are closely connected, especially when you talk about Korea and peace. Please take a look at this. Take a look at this picture. It is preserved at the Presidential Record Museum. He came to our Henley Ford Grand Hall to give a lecture for 1,200 audience, and he declared his sunshine policy in 2000. But this exact space was used by John F. Kennedy, who visited Berlin 37 years prior in 1963. John F. Kennedy talked about the Cold War and the next steps forward. And President Kim used the exactly same place to declare his sunshine policy in 2000. Therefore, our university has fond memories of President Kim Dae-jung, and we are implementing a number of activities and events related to President Kim. This may not be well known among the Korean public, and in 2010 we celebrated the 10th anniversary of the Nobel Peace Prize. And Egon Bao and another person, Mr. Lim, the former minister, came together to talk about the sunshine policy, and New East policy served as one of the ideas to support the sunshine policy. The Egon Ba and the former minister Lim sit down together to talk about the memories they had with the former President Kim. When we had this event in Berlin, all the ambassadors from different countries came to attend, but the only person who did not come of the diplomatic corps was the ambassador from the Republic of Korea. And just because we are holding an event related to former President Kim, there was an order not to access the Free University. And then there were we made a complaint that you are not representing the current government, you are representing your country. Why would you put the access ban to our university? So that was just one event that I wanted to share. President Kim was recognized as a leader to promote peace. That's why our university continues to hold events related to him to remember his lineage and his heritage as the Nobel Peace Prize laureate. It is somewhat sad to see that his achievements and his works as the Nobel Peace Prize laureate are not fully recognized by everyone. And we hold annual lecture series on Kim Dae-jung, and the Korean Prime Minister and came to lecture, and the last Prime Minister of East Germany came to lecture as well. And many who remember former President Kim come to talk about their stories and memories made with former President Kim, and they come to talk about the Sunshine Policy declared by President Kim on our university campus, and that includes the last Prime Minister of East Germany, Lothar de Maizière. Now I want to talk to you about why did former President Kim choose Berlin as a venue to declare his Sunshine Policy. What does this city mean to him? Whenever we talk about peace, whenever we talk about inter-Korean relations, why do we cite Berlin so often? Why do we think Berlin as a special site? Now in Berlin is a unified, peaceful city. When Koreans talk about Berlin, they say Germany is not Korea, and Germany has enjoyed a peaceful time all along. That's why Germany was able to enjoy peaceful unification. But it was not always so. Back in 1961, these are the pictures of back then. And in August, there was a Berlin Wall erected. And it's the Brandenburg door is the door situated at the center of Berlin, and this is the most visited tourist attraction in Berlin. But this is exactly the place where the Berlin Wall was erected, and tanks were mobilized right before the construction of Berlin. These are the pictures of the time right before the Berlin Wall erection. I'm pretty sure you heard the name of the checkpoint Charlie, which is the checkpoint. In October, there was a moment where conflicts were heightened that might have led to the Third World War. There were U.S. forces on site as well. The Berlin also experienced times right on the verge of the Third World War, and the reason we were able to overcome such difficult times is because of the Willy Brandt, the mayor, back then mayor. The Willy Brandt becomes the Prime Minister of the unified Germany. And President Kim also said that he modeled Prime Minister Willy Brandt's East policy as the basis for President Kim's Sunshine policy. So Ostpolitik, which is the new Eastern policy, is the result of the public. Because on Christmas, the people living in West Germany, they wanted to meet their relatives living on the other side, and Mr. Willy Brandt made a request to the East Germany to let the separated families to meet one another. Even with the erection of the Berlin Wall in 1961, people were able to cross over the wall. For example, teachers who lived in East Germany, it was possible for them to go and teach in West Germany. But with the erection of the wall, suddenly the daily lives were changed. And on the Christmas Day of 1961, people living in West Germany were not able to meet their relatives living in East Germany. So Willy Brandt firsthand experienced the sufferings of separated families. That's why the Willy Brandt made a request to let people to meet one another. That's why he initiated discussions. Just as President Kim thought of a sunshine policy, Willy Brandt saw a big picture of New Eastern policy when he initiated discussions with East Germany, New Ostpolitik. He wanted to achieve something like sunshine policy. To Germans, Christmas is a very important holiday. Christmas is like a New Year holiday for Korean. It is very important for Germans to spend time with their family members and relatives during the Christmas holiday. And the discussions took about 2 years. And in October 1963, peoples living in West Germany were able to visit their relatives living in East Germany for 4 hours, not days, but only for 4 hours. More than 1 million people went to East Germany to meet their relatives just during the short span of window of 4 hours. This is the Potsdamplatz. Now, what is the meaning of Berlin to everyone? When we celebrated Nobel Peace Prize celebration, the Korean ambassador to Germany did not attend that event on our university campus. But in Germany and in the special message sent out by Berlin, division of two countries is not the line of death. It's not the line of severance or separation. It could be the line of connection, interconnection, and people-to-people exchange. There is a chance to turn that line of death and line of division into the line of something special. The Potsdamplatz was the Platz for death, but now it has been turned into a modern Platz. I think that is the message that is sent by Berlin. So what did Berlin, Willy Brandt, the then mayor, think when the wall was erected in 1961? Then Mayor Willy Brandt went to the States because Hallstein Doctrine was followed, and under the doctrine, no exchange or interaction with East Germany. They only wanted to interact with those in the West. But Willy Brandt made the first visit to the U.S., went to Harvard University to give a lecture, and met the John F. Kennedy. And his lecture was titled Coexistence was not an alternative, but it's the only chance for survival. That was the topic. If we cannot dismantle the Berlin Wall, at least we should allow people or establish a framework so that people can go to each other's side. So whenever we talk about the new Ostpolitik, we talk about the small steps, taking small steps. Of course, bigger steps, a large step is better than a small step. A small step is better than no step at all. That was the then mayor Willy Brandt's philosophy. Whenever he had an interview, he talked about how small steps can be better than no steps. So we call it as a small step politics. It's better than nothing. These did not just stop in words, but the then mayor Willy Brandt wanted to realize his thinking into policy formulation. In order to ease the pain and sufferings of separated families, he promoted small step policy. So his objective was to alleviate the suffering of Berlin citizens, for which pragmatic solutions were essential. They wanted separately independent countries, East Germany and West Germany. But from the perspective of West Germans, Germany is only one country, and the West German government declared that when East Germans come to West Germany, they can have access to the same rights given to the West Germans. Whenever there are meetings among high-level officials, there could be many confrontations between officials in West Germany and East Germany. Therefore, title and naming are very important whenever high-ranking officials meet, and whenever they have discussions, they cannot allow the wording to be such as West German official meeting the representatives of the East German, because they don't want to recognize the official status of those who come to the negotiation table representing East Germany. One country or two countries, they didn't even want to talk about it, so they just did not mention about it. The reason that they did not mention was because they wanted to strike a compromise. The way to have a compromise and continue the discussion is agree to disagreement. The fighting could be endless if you fight over the differences. So they agree to an agreement to disagree. For example, access pass. Would it be 1 day or would it be 2 days? What I wanted to tell you is that they focused on pragmatic solutions, which turned into pragmatic policies. The policies that established in 1961 went all the way to the unification of two Germanys. That's what former President Kim focused on. In Korea, what we do not talk about is pragmatic policies, small steps turning into bigger steps over the years. But we have to recognize that there are differences. What we are looking for, it could be different. It is important to have an agreement to disagree so that we can strike a compromise. That was the basic stance taken by Berlin. But disagreement to disagree is not much talked about here in Korea, and there are not many serious considerations regarding the agreement to disagree. Without talking about this, New Eastern policy and Sunshine policies would lose its light. And when former Kim Dae-jung thought about Sunshine policy, I'm pretty sure he paid attention first to the agreement to disagree. Even with the differences, it is still possible to talk to one another. That's why agreement to disagree should serve as the basis, as the starting point. However, in Korea, when people talk about the German experience and German unification, much attention was not paid to the agreement to disagree, which was recognized by maybe the former President Kim Dae-jung. Back in 1961, efforts began through small step measures, and agreement to disagree began back from 1961. What did it leave behind? The last Prime Minister, Hans Modero, always talked about the outcome that came out of the small step policy. Just as former President Kim, and he wanted to find what he can contribute pragmatically.
서독 정치인 중에 누구랑 친구 친하세요?
I asked him who is the closest person from the West Germany, and he said one politician, Egun Baha from the West Germany. How can it be possible? And were you always on good terms? And Hans Moderator said that he always met his friend from West Germany, so friends do not fight, he said. We never forgot that we are from one country. With the recognition of such thinking, we were able to unify two Germanys. In the late 1980s, there were discussions of two-country system, but still, there was always the perception that two Germanys are always coming from one country. And the last message sent by the last Prime Minister of East Germany, Hans Moderator, is that never forget that you are from one country. Now I am in Korea, and whenever I am asked to talk about peace and the German experience, and when I share my opinion, many people say, is there anything that we can learn from the German reunification? It happened a long time ago. But I do not tell them to learn from German experience. But I only encourage them to look into the German experience so that we can gain insights from such experience. What about this? Over 30 years, we organize a number of events and seminars and training opportunities to learn about the German unification. This is the walking trail where the stones were erected. This is right in the middle of the German city, and that walking trail is exactly where the Berlin Wall was erected. There are two rows of brick stones. Teachers from Germany and teachers from Korea, they walk on top of the walking trail while crying. It is, I guess, somewhat overwhelming for participants to walk over the traces of the separated Germany. And the old wall, part of it was not dismantled and it was turned into a museum, and people are asked to push that wall just as an experience. And young people in Korea, they might say they are not interested in unification of two Koreas. But when I asked those in their 20s, when I asked them to walk over this trace of two separated Germanys, they have some feelings, overwhelming feelings. It could serve as the space where they can actually feel what it means to have two separated countries, why it is important to have people-to-people exchange and interactions. Even so, some scholars say that the German example has been a long time ago and nothing to learn from it, but I don't think so. Through the lens of Berlin, we can dream of peace and unified Koreas on the Korean Peninsula. This is one experiment that we conducted right before the coronavirus pandemic started. We invited students from North Korea to study together with students from South Korea. On the first day, the students from the Kim Il-sung University, they participated in the winter camp to study with students from South Korea.
선생님 쟤들하고 말해도 돼요? 하고
And South Korean
묻더라고요.
students asked me, are we allowed to talk to students from North Korea? And
다른 세계,
I was very
세계 여러
saddened.
나라에서 온
There are
모든
so many
젊은이들하고
students from different
영어로 이야기하고
countries.
싶어서 막 그렇게 노력하던 친구들이 말이
They
통하는
were so
북한을 갔다는
enthusiastic to
친구들한테
talk to
말을
other
걸면
students in
안
English, and
그리고
they
어떤 학생은
felt scared, or
앞에서 온
they were
교수님이
not
앞에 서
sure
있으니까
whether they are allowed to talk to
인사를
students from North
수복하더니
Korea.
선생님 손
And
좀 만져봐도 되겠습니까?
And one
하는데
South Korean
그게
university
마치
student
에이리언의
said
손을
to
이렇게 만져보는 것 같은
professor
그런
from North Korea, "Can I have a handshake with you?" I thought that as if they were having encounter with an alien or something. But after 3 weeks, students from North Korea and South Korea, they were mingled together to have a group photo together to celebrate the last day of their winter camp.
파티장을
It was like having a casual meeting or a party. They were truly unified.
이거는 그 연방의회 앞에 있었던 사진은
And the picture right in front of the assembly, the Federation Assembly, not only students from the two Koreas but also from other countries came together to have a good time. It was only possible because they were in Berlin.
와서 만나도 부담이 없는 그런 공간.
Berlin is a space where everyone can mingle with each other without any worry or concerns. Yesterday, we talked about the island case. It is very important to have a space, to have dialogues. If we do not have such space, it will be difficult to talk about peace. So we need to create space like a Berlin.
코로나 이후 끊겼고 이 프로그램이 지속되지
Now that
못하고
program
있지만
discontinued because of the coronavirus pandemic, but if it is possible, we want to resume this program to invite many students from different countries. Thank you so much for your kind attention.
3주가 저 사진을 보니까 3주가
While looking at the picture after 3 weeks, students from South and North Korea, we cannot distinguish them from one another. It's such a great photo.
귀중한 말씀 많이 들었습니다.
Thank you so much for sharing your invaluable insights. And there are still people who say that why should we learn from the German case because it happened a long time ago, you said. Everyone says we learned about the German unification case. We know about it. But when I give lectures and when I talk to my students, they think they know a lot, but they do not know much. I think that is kind of replicated in the political discourse in Korea. We are so accustomed to and familiar with the German case, but we do not know the specific details of the German case. We had many discussions, but we do not know the details. That's why the peace and unification on the Korean Peninsula has to be discussed in a continuous manner through continuous dialogues and looking back the lessons we learned from other countries. Thank you so much for your comment. And when we go to the checkpoint in Germany, it's a tourist attraction. But whenever I stand before that checkpoint, I think of those who sacrificed their lives to realize the unification of two Germanys. I am somewhat I always feel overwhelmed standing before the checkpoint. I look forward to the day where we can turn the DMZ into a tourist attraction point like Germany did. The German case has a lot of lessons for us to offers a lot of lessons for us to learn. We are running out of time, so I'd like to invite our second speaker.
네, 안녕하십니까?
Good morning,
저는
everyone.
한성대학에 있는
I am Kim Gwi-ok from Hansung University.
안 띄워져서
My presentation is not put up
적대와
yet.
평화의 갈림길에서
My
새로운
presentation
남북
topic
관계와
is the
한반도
road
평화의
to the
길
future of the
찾기.
Korean Peninsula at the crossroads of hostilities and peace.
의도적으로 이 사진을 걸었는데요. 우리에게
I
봄은
will
아직
put this
창밖에
picture
있는 것
on
같습니다.
purpose.
물론
It seems
가을을
like
기다리고
the
있고 이
spring
목포에
is
오늘
behind
목포에 와보면 참
the
놀라운
window.
것은
In reality, we are
나무들이
waiting
벌써
for
다져서
fall.
겨울로 가고 있는 느낌.
Now,
지금
but
봄이 와야 될
already
시기에
we are waiting
겨울이
for the
아직도
spring.
이르지 않은가라는
However, we are still
생각을
in
하면서
the
오늘
winter
제
time, so I would like to
먼저
find a way
평화의 문을 여는 사람들에 대한 얘기를
to go
하면서
to the
여기는
spring.
38도선
This is the demarcation line. 75 years ago, this demarcation line was up. This is not existent anymore. Thanks to President Kim Dae-jung, I crossed the demarcation line. Thanks to President Kim. I rode the boat from Donghae City and arrived at Kumgang Mountain in North Korea. At that time, the pilot of the boat, the captain of the boat told the bell when we passed the demarcation line at sea. He announced that this is the marine demarcation line. On the armistice statement, there was no mentioning about the demarcation line. However, the demarcation line is in our mind. When we cross the line, the South Korean people on the boat moved to the guardrail of the boat to listen to the bell and looked at the demarcation line on the sea. Thanks to the President Kim, we were crossing the demarcation line. One person started to cry at the moment. So that demarcation line was a vivid reality in our mind. So after crossing the demarcation line, we could sail into North Korea. The Kim-gu was in the borderline. In 1989, student Im Soo-kyung crossed the demarcation line into North Korea. She returned to South Korea. Of course, she went to North Korea via Berlin. In 1998, with the Kim Dae-jung administration, chairperson of Hyundai Jong-Yun marched into North Korea with a herd of cattle. It was very emotional and encouraging moment, and he talked about why the head of the cattle should be 1,001 in terms of head count. It was very emotional, amazing moment, and finally, June 15, 2000, we vividly remember this photo. All the nations shed the tears. On that day, I promised with my friends. We asked whether the two Korean leaders would be shaking hands or hugging each other. So my friends said that the two leaders would be exchanging hug. But I thought they will exchange handshake because I thought I knew President Kim's mind. Maybe President Kim Dae-jung wanted to give Chairman Kim a hug, but he did handshake. And when I read his biograph, he confessed that he was very fearful of having this event. And he thought that if he really met the North Korean leader, he could be labeled again as a red communist. It was his real compassion described on his autobiography. And he even discussed this concern with the chief of the Korean CAI. And after the summit, a lot of processes were played out, which were very significant. But without this photo, nothing would be possible that happened afterwards. And this year, we marked the 80th year of division. Many people shouted that we have to overcome the hostilities. A few days ago, a Korean president went to UN, talked about the END initiative, END initiative. I wonder whether this is a real solution to end the animosities on the Korean Peninsula. That is the very prelude of my presentation. My students asked me this question: why after the World War II, why Korea was divided, and why other the past colonial states were not divided? Why Korea became the only country which had suffered the division?
한반도는 분단일까요?
Why Korea?
그럴 때 제가 이 지도를
And
가져옵니다.
to
이
that
지역은
question, I
작년
show up this
1940년대
photo,
일본이 그렸던
the map.
소위
This is
대동아
the map drawn
지도의
by
바로 그
Japanese
원본입니다.
people.
그
It's the
원본
very
위에다가
original
일본이
copy
바로
of
금을
a
그어서
great
이 금을 그었던
Eastern
지역이 바로
Japan.
미국과
If you
구소련이
see
만난
these lines,
지점으로서의
then
한반도,
Korea
이것이
was
분단의
the
현장.
cross
그래서 이걸
point
좀
of
정책적으로 설명하자면 좀
meeting
시간이 걸리는데요. 이러한
Soviet
곳에서도
Union and the
그치지
United
않고
States.
아까 말씀드린 바처럼 48년에 김구
In
선생이
1948,
38선을
Kim Gu
넘어갔던 이래로
crossed the
오늘날
demarcation
하면서
line, and until now the division persists. However, there are the as important efforts to overcome the division. Of course, we are having the internal division, internal fragmentation within our society. Some people say the unification is not necessary. However, there are many efforts to overcome the division. Post-Cold War period, a lot of efforts went on. Mr. Yoon Il-sang was one of them, and Mr. Yoon Il-sang has to do with Professor Lee, and Yoon Il-sang made the unification movement in Berlin. In our history, there was a joint statement announced in 1972 and 1991. Basic agreement between two Koreas were announced. They are the efforts for unification. And in 2000, June 15th joint statement was announced. And after that, until 2007, we experienced a happy period, golden period of reconciliation and cooperation. And that period has to come again and solidified. However, from that golden time is not visible at this moment. July 1st, 2000, President Roh Moo-hyun visited North Korea, met with the Chairman Kim Jong-il, and the two leaders agreed on the peaceful Korean Peninsula. If this vision is realized, then we would not have other tragedies that had happened after that event. It shows, depending on the behaviors of the leaders, the real situation could be changed. Depending on the efforts, we may go through this tragedy. After those golden period, we saw great changes involving tragedies. And finally, 2023, Kim Jong-un announced that the unification is not an option. So two Koreas will be as business as usual on the Korean Peninsula. From these two hostile Korea's situation, can we survive in peace? Even though the two Koreas are not interested in unification, can the two Koreas survive on its own? Currently, we are suffering from the climate crisis and the global crisis. How can we overcome all the consequences stemming from the division? So how can we pass down this situation to our next generations? The North Korea first mentioned the hostile to Koreas. However, internally in South Korea, the hostilities are very much alive. This is well known to us, so I just briefly touch this topic. And during the golden period, a lot of South Korean people regarded North Korea as a partner for the cooperation. However, that sentiment turned negative. It is comparison before 1995 and after 2000. So when the inter-Korean conflict arises, then the South Korean opinion turns negative toward North Korea.
이미지는 늘어날 수밖에 없는 그런 상황을 우리가 경험적으로도
And we went through that experience, and that is also proven in the survey, opinion survey. And what about among the younger students? They are not very different from the grown-ups. According to our survey, their sentiment is not very different from the survey among adults. And about the sense of unification, people say that there are some changes in the unification-oriented mind. In 2018, there were possibilities of amicable relations between the two Koreas. Of course, overall, the animosities of hostilities were rising. However, people's mind could be quickly changed when there is a important or significant event. And the young people, our young students, approach unification with more flexible mindset. But you can see that there are more students who say the unification needed than the adults. Then that is very different from the current generation. The older generation said that the unification is needed for the economic reason, but the younger generation, next generation, said that unification is needed because we want to live in peace. So when we look at inter-Korean relations, we have to reflect upon ourselves in the situation when North Korea announced the hostile to Koreas. So at the moment, I believe we need to think about why hostilities are so intense. From 1945 through to the Korean War, a lot of casualties and damages have done on people. 10% of the total population on the Korean Peninsula were sacrificed. That clearly shows how bad warfare could be, even in this 21st century. Two Koreas are not just a hostile state. The 1953 is not the end point of the Korean War. After that, because we saw a lot of small-scale collision and confrontation between the two Koreas. So the confrontation led to the arms race, and Korea is recording the lowest birth rate in the world. So arms race should not be an option for our generation and the next generation. Through the fundamental reflection on our situation, we have to think about whether we regarded North Korea as a true partner when we discuss peaceful unification. The peaceful unification was the peace without war. During the 1990s, after German unification, Korea have been talking about the unconditional aid to North Korea or absorptive unification. So at the time, we had to ask ourselves a very fundamental question: do we really need unification? When North Korea in dire hunger situation, South Korean people said a fearful statement that the beggars are coming to us. The famine was so severe in the north, and the South Korean people always mention the high cost of unification. Why should we feed the hungry people in the north? If I am a North Korean at that time, I would deny unification because the statement from South Korea would damage my pride as a North Korean. President Yoon even said that I cannot give 1 cent to North Korea, a nuclear developing country. And when we say North Korea in support or assistance, our media always talk about unconditional aid would not be helping South Korea. Under situation, we always talk about the benefit of unification. However, unification is more than just a benefit, economic benefit. The 80-year-old division has been always used for political decoy. So unification became a maneuvering tool for politicians, and it was, for example, used for the May 18th democratization movement. At that time, I was a student in school. I thought that North Korea really attacked Gwangju. That would be the same understanding among other ordinary Korean people. Let us look deep into history. In my original paper, there are more details. Then now we have to think about why North Korea started to develop North Korea. The nuclear weapons is the beginning of demonizing North Korea. I use the AI and write this in the prompt. North Korea is nuclear weapon the cause of division or the consequence of division? It said the nuclear development of North Korea is a consequence of division, it said. That means we need a different perspective of dealing with North Korean nuclear weapons. Even machines know the answer, so the cause and the result should not be confused in our minds. When we talk about unification and inter-Korean dialogue, we say if you open and if you denuclearize, and South Korea will give many things to you. But that was nonsense according to Kim Dae-jung. Kim Dae-jung's sunshine policy is about unconditional dialogue. That was the very beginning of change. In 1999, he knew this already, and he developed this perception for a long period. In 1999, he proclaimed that he would start dialogue with North Korea without any condition. So dialogue was very important because it creates the other circumstances, very different circumstances from the past. So when we think of Kim Dae-jung, why we think he is great? He's not because he is a great politician. However, but he risked his life in pursuing something, and he was very persistent based on the time accumulated policy execution. Professor Lee already mentioned that in 1972, two Germanies agreed on the basic pact. That was commitment, binding commitment. But two Koreas' agreement or commitment can be broken at any time by different government. So the promise or commitment should be legally binding. So we need to create irreversibility in any kinds of commitments when it comes to inter-Korean relations. So we may change the election law or take some measures. So when we make a promise, that promise has to be realized. Even though President Lee say a lot of beautiful words, that words has to be translated into the action. with the binding, based on the binding foundation. In South Korea, power change is the part of the system. Germany, when the basic agreement made in 1972 remained valid until the very end, even though there were power changes. Different governments always honor the basic agreement. So consistency is very important. That is the lesson that we have to learn from German case. In order to build a peaceful peninsula, I want to argue for the principle of party autonomy. A couple of days ago, when President Lee met with the President Trump, he said, "You become the peacemaker, I will be the pacemaker." That is very beautiful words. At the moment, we cannot be the peacemaker. However, even though we take the role of pacemaker, our mind should be set at peacemaker to address our problems on our own. This because the peace on the peninsula is our problem. External forces can be helpful but cannot be the direct solution for our matter.
그 속에서 저는 적대적 이런 과정을 우리가 종식시켜 나가는 과정은
To end the
정말
hostilities,
지금 이 정부 하에서 할 수 있을까라는 의구심을
that maybe the current administration would not have enough capability or time. Anyway, nevertheless, the current administration has to make efforts in that direction. Otherwise, the pain and suffering of the Korean people would continue. So primarily, the joint military drill has to be stopped. Maybe it could be difficult, maybe it is impossible, but I don't think so. During the Nomuyan administration, we saw the possibility of stopping the joint military drill. Back then, the Korea-US military drill was needed. So President Nomuyan invited North Korea to observe the US-Korea military drill because military drill is essentially needed to secure, to have a security on the Korean Peninsula. Of course, if military drill is not necessary, that would be the best. However, anyway, we need the joint military drill, so he cleverly invited all the stakeholders of the Korean Peninsula to observe the joint military drill. That could be one possibility. And with the September 19th military accord, that the purpose of the accord was to build peace on the Korean Peninsula without war. So that pact has to be transformed into the military agreement. During the pandemic, to mark the 75th foundation of Labour Party, North Korean leader Kim Jong-un shed tears in front of the people in the face of the tragedy. I was also sad by looking that scene. If inter-Korean cooperation was promoted, then those sad scenes would not be shown. And the reconciliation or peace on the Korean Peninsula would have very peaceful or amicable ambience on the Korean Peninsula. Now, we cannot talk about 2+4 diplomatically. However, actually, South Korea may take an initiative to convince other powers to join the peace-promoting efforts.
남북 공동 선언을 만들 때도 그 당시에
Back in 2000, when President Kim Dae-jung announced the joint statement, the other parties were involved in that process. So all the stakeholders, countries have to be involved in addressing issues on the Korean Peninsula. In this, the social and cultural efforts should not be dismissed. Fake news is widespread, and deepfake may be used to produce fake news and false information. When the inter-Korean relation turns for the better, then some people may create fake news or misinformation to hurt the good relations between the two Koreas. So we need to create a virtuous ICT environment, and unification education should be diversified. Rather than talk about hostilities, we need to talk about for the better. So multicultural environment, multicultural ambience should be established. When UK agreed on the Black Friday agreement, there was a lot of peace education for the society. So the kind of civic education should be benchmarked and imported for Korea's sake. And one thing I still vividly remember is the college students from the south and north gathered on Kumgangsan mountain. I saw that the students from two Koreas holding hands, they did activities together. It was very good moment. So those gatherings created a lot of emotions and very impressive. So the kind of scenes have to be created more often and more frequently. So we have to say that this is the future for your generation. We need to present that vision for the younger generation. And with that, we need to address issues regarding Korean diaspora and the separated families and North Korean defectors as well. So when we work together, we can do a lot of good things. I asked again to chatbot. I asked, can Lee Jae-myung and Kim Jong-un handshake, and can two leaders work together on the beach of the Galma, Wonsan? So one day, I imagine we may have Kim Dae-jung Peace Forum in Wonsan, Galma. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. 70 years have passed since the division. So citizens, the people in the south and the north have changed their time passed, and different generations are populating in each side of Korea. The professor pointed out that what would be the real preparation for the unification. When we say unification preparation, people say money. However, there are more essential, more fundamental preparations for unification in terms of culture, society, and politics. And thank you for the presentation. Now it is time for us to entertain the questions from the floor.
그럼 질문을 준비하시는 동안에 제가 한마디.
While you think of your question, let me ask my question then.
한국 김규 선생님 말씀하신 것 중에서
Just like Professor Kim said, Korea's North Korean policies are structured, and I guess that is because of the nuclearization of North Korea. And people say denuclearization needs to come first for us to give assistance and aid to North Korea. And there aren't the UN sanctions imposed on North Korea. That's why our approach is structured. the Lee Jae-myung administration should be the same. Without the substantial progress on denuclearization, the assistance and support shall be given, and this system is likely to continue. And what Professor Kim said that denuclearization first is our approach, but should we do nothing until North Korea does something? Or should we create an environment so that North Korea decides to go for denuclearization and then the assistance can follow? Should we just wait for denuclearization first, or should we create an environment or do something to encourage North Korea to move toward denuclearization? I agree with your comment and thought on that. And when Professor Lee made a presentation, there was a 10-year anniversary of Nobel Peace Laureate awarded to President Kim. There was an access ban on ambassador to Germany not to attend the event. It is somewhat saddening to see. But our North Korean policy always is being criticized by the incumbent administration because it was established by the previous administration. That's why we have to look at the philosophy and think again about the philosophy of President Kim, because President Kim created a turning point and made a significant progress. He didn't propose a unification policy. He said he will succeed the unification policy established before. Every time there is a change in the administration, they want to put a label on the North Korean or unification policy. But what President Kim said that he will continue and uphold the unification policy that was established by the previous administration, even though it was made by the Conservative Party. But still, one unification policies are being succeeded because of the determination made by President Kim not to overthrow everything that was made by the previous administration, but he decided to continue and succeed the policies related to the unification as they were. It's not about having handshakes or talks, but it's about having what kind of view should we have when we talk to North Korea and what should be our way forward. President Kim proposed a direction forward. That's why we were able to have an inclusive policy when it comes to North Korean matters. And that took deep roots in our society because of his engagement policy toward North Korea. As I said to you at the outset, out of any presidents, out of any administrations, his understanding regarding the policy toward North Korea has been deeper than anyone before. Now the North Korean leadership by Mr. Kim Jong-un is making fun of our policy toward North Korea. And many people say that conversations between the two Koreas have been severed because of the mockeries that are being made by North Korean leader. But still, we are not getting into an extreme case. That is because fine-tuned approach now being shown by the incumbent administration. But this is all attributable to the great commitments and achievements made by our former President Kim Dae-jung when it comes to the engagement policy toward North Korea. Now we have a question from the floor. I'd like to share my comments and also make a proposal to the government. There are many North Korean defectors, hundreds of thousands of them, and they tend to be conservative. We sacrifice for the well-being of the North Korean people and for the country. So at the national level, the Korean government, we cannot run in a marathon from the very beginning, but we should start taking baby steps, like small steps. We have to take a bottom-up approach to remove the 38th parallel line on the Korean Peninsula, so that we can make contribution to removing the Emeritus line. So we need to take specific measures for North Korean defectors. But North Korean defectors think that because they are conservatives, we are presenting our assistance to North Korea for the sake of North Korea. It will be important to have a training or educational seminar to educate North Korean defectors that we are sending over our assistance for the sake of the peaceful Korean Peninsula, not for the sake of North Korea only. The military coup was stopped by the small steps taken by our people. And we look forward to a seminar on desirable unification, and it can be educated only through education and seminars. I'm not part of the incumbent administrations, but just like you said, there is an presidential advisory to the president. The official name is National Unification Advisory Council, NUAC, and 22nd council will be established soon at the end of this year. And it is chaired by the president, and there will be chances for the public to make proposals or recommendations and suggestions. Any of you who are part of the NUAC, please take a hard comment into your mind so that it can be shared. So North Korean defectors said that North Korean defectors are typically against the policies by the Liberal Party. That's why I made this suggestion. But the Korean society is very diverse, conservative, and liberal. And the North Korean defectors have a very mixed thinking and diverse stance. So they are not always conservative. They always keep in mind what they could do to contribute to the better well-being of North Koreans living in North Korea. And not all of them are from the conservatism, but many of them show progressive sentiment as well. But this is something that we need to pay attention to. Thank you so much for sharing your comment. Is there any other question? We are running out of time. We are asked to end our session at 12:20. So this will be the end of our session with the topic of the new inter-Korean relations and peace on the Korean Peninsula. Thank you so much for your attendance. This will be the end of our session 4. It was very meaningful. We were able to listen to the presentations made by two professors. Thank you so much for your participation. Now, we will have lunch, and today's lunch is prepared at the Topaz restaurant on the first floor of the hotel. As many participants are attending, there may be a long waiting line, so we kindly ask for your understanding. to bring the lunch coupon you received at registration when entering. We will reconvene here at 2 p.m. after lunch, and after lunch, starting at 2 p.m., the Youth Peace Roundtable will take place, followed by the Kim Dae-jung Academic Award and Thesis Award ceremonies. Thank you so much.
네, 함께 해주신 여러분 대단히 감사합니다. 자, 이제 2025
Thank you
김대중
for
평화회의
being back.
3일차 오늘의 마지막 세션을
Now we
시작하도록
have
하겠습니다.
one
바로
last
청년
session
평화
ahead of
라운드
us, which is
테이블인데요.
Youth Peace
이번
Round
시간은 세계
Table.
각지에서 평화를 위해 활동하는 청년들의 목소리를
We
직접
invited
듣고 또 각 지역의
the young
현실과 우리가
members
함께
who are
나눌 수
working
있는
around the world.
실천적인 행동들에 대해서
We will be
이야기를
discussing
하기
what
위해서
will be the
마련되었습니다.
practical
이번
solution
논의를
to
통해서
get
새로운
through
세대가
all the
만들어갈
crisis.
평화의 길에
Through the
대한
discussion,
통찰과
we
희망을
will
얻을
see
수
the
있기를
insight and hope
바라겠습니다.
for the peaceful
마지막 세션인 만큼
coexistence.
끝까지 함께 하셔서 더 큰
And
울림을
I hope
나누는
you
시간
can be
되시기를
with us
진심으로
until the
바라겠습니다.
very
자,
end.
그럼 이번 시간 좌장님을 비롯한
Now I would like to invite our moderator and three
이번
panelists.
세션 좌장을 맡아주실
The moderator
공정의
is Mr.
대표님
Oh Il-seok,
올라주시고요.
Head Director
또
of
패널로 함께
공사모.
해주실 세 분
And the
소개하겠습니다.
panelists
올라주십시오.
are
세계보건기구 서태평양 사무처
Mr. Lee Jong-hyuk, Technical Officer from
액션에이드 베트남
WHO
사무처,
Regional
조영석
Office
국가시아
for
소속
Western
정책고문님,
Pacific, and
그리고
Mr.
라오스
Jo Young-seok,
그린 굿즈
Senior
이재원
Policy Advisor for
대표님이십니다.
North Asia and ActionAid Vietnam.
평화 라운드
And
테이블
lastly,
시작합니다.
we
여러분,
have
박수로 맞이해주시기
Mr. Lee
바랍니다.
Jae-won, CEO of Green Goods Laos.
네, 안녕하십니까. 지금부터 저희
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let me open the Youth Peace Round Table, which is about the people making place lived there. I am Oh Il-seok, the Head Director of 공사모.
네, 저희가 이 김대중 평화 회의의 마지막 세션을 맡아달라라는 요청을 받았습니다.
We are asked to take charge of the last session of this Kim Dae-jung Peace Forum. We are very delighted to be asked, but at the same time we feel burdened to lead the last session. But I see a great turnout, so we get encouraged and inspired by your presence. I hope we can fill your time with great insight and hope. As introduced, we are the activists in international cooperation. Our work field are the different corners of the world. We have been working about the loans, the international aid, international assistance. These days, our activities are captured in the world of ODA. These days, we have much heard about the Cambodia ODA and Ukrainian aid with grant. So there are the mixed images of both negative and positive. However, anyway, we will deal with this topic in a hopeful manner. We have been engaged in the international relations, international aid. We started our career in our 20s. Our ages are different across the 20s, 30s, and 40s. At least we have experience of 10 years in this field, so we have observed a lot of things and built great experiences of helping and cooperating with local communities.
현재 대표로 있는 공적
And that those activities and businesses are addressed by my organization, 공사모. And 공사모 is currently a social enterprise or social cooperative. And the 공사모 could be known to you thanks to the former First Lady Kim Gun-il's visit to Cambodia. At that time, we gathered the signatures of 20 or 30,000 people. And at that time, we let the case known to the country, to the Korea, and to the known. And today, we will be sharing our experience and what we learned from that experience with you to set the direction for the future activities overall. Let me introduce our panelists. As I introduce each of them, please welcome them with a warm round of applause. To my right, I have Mr. Lee Jong-hyuk. He is technical officer from WHO based in the Philippines. Today, he will be talking about his experience when he seconded to Rwanda. He is, yes, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him with a warm round of applause. And among many NGOs, there is one organization to be known as Action Aid. Maybe the Korean branch is not operating in Korea. However, Action Aid is well known around the world. The gender equality, climate crisis are the main field they are working on. He is currently based in Vietnam and serving as a senior policy advisor. He has been based in Vietnam for 10 years, and he married to a Vietnamese woman. So his work and families are all, both families and work are based in Vietnam. He was Mr. Jo Young-seo, and one of the most beautiful country in Southeast Asia is Laos. Our last speaker is from Laos, the beautiful country. He built a business model there with entrepreneurship. So he is trying to build a better future there. He is the CEO of Green Goods, Mr. Lee Jae-won. Now, according to this order, we will hear from them. Each presentation will be about 15 minutes. After that, we will deal with the questions that are already presented, as well as the impromptu question from the floor. First, Mr. Lee Jong-hyuk.
이종혁님 같은 경우는 르완다의 사례로서 평화에 대한 이야기를
Our speaker is going to talk about how peace was established in Rwanda. As you may well know, Rwanda is regarded as Singapore of Africa, which means Rwanda is known for its advancement, but to existing generation, there are scars of civil conflicts when it comes to Rwanda. So how did Rwanda advance to be what it is now after the scars of the civil conflicts? So please welcome our speaker, Mr. Lee from WHO, who used to work in Western Pacific Regional Office. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to speak as one of the panelists at this important forum. I am going to talk to you about the Rwanda genocide and the lessons learned and the mechanism of reconciliation in the field. The question is very simple but difficult. How can we live together after the genocide? I saw and experienced that you need institutions, relations, and the languages you use in order to achieve reconciliation through forgiveness. So there are three things that I want to tell you about. We need to have victim-centered forgiveness. We have to respect the time required for victims to forgive the perpetrators. And also, we need courage to live in the same village. Reconciliation and forgiveness cannot be coerced. It requires technical mechanism, for example, gacha-cha court, so that you can rebuild a community that is based on reconciliation and forgiveness. Let me briefly introduce to you about Rwanda. Rwanda is in the African Great Lakes region, especially the Victoria Lake, and the Hutu, Tutsi, Tuwa are the ethnic groups, and now the major industries are tourism and others. Because of the geographical location and because of the history, there was a disastrous event such as the Rwanda genocide. And as for the ethnic groups Hutu, Tutsi, Tuwa, I will explain to you in further details later on. And the reconciliation was also based on the relations. For about 100 days, neighbors killed neighbors in 1994 nationwide. There was propaganda, hatred-centered propaganda, inciting people to kill one another, and more than 1 million people were killed. That is called the Rwanda genocide, and the reality was devastating. You had to live with the perpetrators who killed your family members, and the level of hatred was great high, and it was really difficult to punish everyone, and that's why they paid attention back to the gacha-cha court. Let me explain to you what this is. There were 4 missions that they had to pursue. One is getting the justice and truth finding and healing and guaranteeing safety, and also building up the safety mechanism so that the same thing will not be repeated. The reality was that victims and perpetrators had to live in the same villages, going to the same church. But they required much time to cry, to share their stories, and to reject perpetrators for asking for forgiveness. They needed time to heal. The gacha-cha in the local language means grass or a village assembly. This is a community-based dispute resolution which asks for the truth-telling, judicial responsibility, reconciliation facilitation, and social reintegration. Reconciliation does not put the label of monster on perpetrators. The reconciliation is about asking the responsibility by the perpetrators to ask for forgiveness. In each of the villages, there are gacha-cha courts, and there are 8 to 9 community judges, and the perpetrators and victims come, and they make confessions and ask for apology. And when such confession is made and apology is accepted, sentence could be reduced, and they can do their serving by they can pay for what they did for community service and reparations. For about 12 years, the adoption of gacha-cha court went on, and there are downsides and outcomes out of this gacha-cha system. Let me first talk to you about the outcomes of the gacha-cha court. About 1.9 million cases were handled by 12,000 plus gacha-cha courts. And victims were able to identify the location of their deceased family members. And also, one of the key outcomes was to encourage participants to confirm that they will not repeat the same wrongdoings. And one may think that gacha-cha courts generated only good outcomes, but there were limitations. But a proxy and the misjudgment were one of the limitations, and also those sexually assaulted victims had to make testimonies, which was another form of violation. And also, the court's forgiveness is one of the limitations specified as the limitations of the gachacha system. That's why there was a strong need for victim-centered procedures and case-specific specialization and everyday healing routines, and the appeal system had to be refined. Reconciliation and forgiveness, there is a clear line, and kindness without boundary is not a true kindness. So gachacha court is not the only mechanism through which they wanted to mend the situation. There was a committee, National Unity and Reconciliation Commission, NURC. And also there was a umuganda system, which means they invited everyone to do the service, community service work every on the last Saturday of each month. Income was generated, fertilizer was provided. Reconciliation and forgiveness have been intertwined through many programs, such as umuganda, and also by the efforts made by the NURC. Ubu-muntu means being human. So this is a belief that a person becomes whole through their relations with others. They take care of their children together. They work at a farm together. So there are villages named as reconciliation villages. Perpetrators go to build houses for victims. They do physical activities together so that they can truly accept apologies from perpetrators, and the victims can truly provide their forgiveness to perpetrators. So what are the outcomes out of these efforts like Umun-buntu? The outcomes are sustained economic growth, and the environment was improved. As for 2004 to 2019, the average economic growth rate recorded 7.7%. And the daily routine income generation have been bettered. The main outcome out of such efforts is conflicts is not far away along the road. When you build a healthy ecosystem, you can reduce the possibility of same thing happening repeatedly. So what did I learn from this?
첫째로 진실과 책임은 출발선입니다.
Truth and responsibility have to start at the same time. You seek truth and you take responsibility. And the next lesson that I learned is the contextual and top-down integration. Policy needs to support the integration. The third lesson that everyone learned is the victim-centered approach. You should not force everyone to participate, and you have to give sufficient time for healing. And reconciliation has to be part of the daily life and the policy making. So I believe forgiveness and reconciliation are two means to make your daily life safe. Rwanda did not forget the genocide. But that genocide and that memory shall not be the fuel of vengeance. Genocide never again has become the philosophy of the government. Forgiveness is not being weak. It is the power that rearranges the future path. And reconciliation and forgiveness is not just one time off. And we should take lessons from the Rwanda genocide case to reflect in our setting. Our former president said we have to mend poor institutions, but you never take revenge on other people. He expanded the idea into inter-Korean relations. You do not give up on people. You ask them to take responsibility, and you ensure the safety of the next generation. In the future, if we have to prepare for peace again, we have to record our past wrongdoings and promote reconciliation and focus on interactions among the stakeholders.
이거는 청년 세션이라서 담았습니다.
This is a youth roundtable. There are 3 questions that I want to ask to our youth.
준비가 되어 있는가?
Are we ready to let go of our hatred? Because if you hold on to hatred, it is not easy to forgive the other and reconcile with the other.
쇳덩이가 될 수 있다는 걸 보았습니다. 증오가 내 하루를 얼마나 점유하고
You have to understand how much hatred is impacting your life. Forgiving someone is not saying that you are weak. It's a choice that you can make. And also, you have to respect the relations between victims and perpetrators. And also, I'd like to ask the second question. What form should Gachacha take in our own society? Gachacha court is a venue led by the community where perpetrators are asked for their wrongdoings and given chance to forgive, to ask for apologies. It could be online in our setting. The key here is not labeling perpetrators as monsters, but try to find a way to overcome the disputes and the conflicts and move toward a future. And the next one we should ask is, what shall be the daily acts of reconciliation? What makes forgiving possible? In our daily life, what we can do is to listen to the messages and other voices and taking small steps for through cooperation so that we can actually practice forgiveness. But the one important thing to remember is that we shall never coerce anyone to forgive others. Forgiveness does not change the past, it expands the future. We do not erase the past, but we can preserve our memories safely so that we can deter the repetition of any event like a genocide. So let's do what we can do in our position.
김대중 대통령께서는 독실한 카톨릭
Former President Kim was a Catholic.
그래서 사랑의 정치라고 얘기했는데
Faithful Catholic. So he talked about the love of politics. So I remember this Corinthians 13:4. Love is patient and enduring. Love is gentle and kind. Love does not envy or resent. Love does not boast or show off. I saw this form of love is manifested in Rwanda. So we can start from remembering the words of love. Let's institutionalize love into daily practice. Thank you so much for your kind attention. If you look at the Rwanda genocide, you must be well aware of it, and you must be wondering what actions have been taken after the Rwanda genocide. What kind of leadership has been shown to mend the ties after the Rwanda genocide? The community-led ruling system, the judgment system, Gachacha court, was somewhat new to all of us Koreans. Gachacha is not just giving a trial in a court to perpetrators and victims, but it's a way of practicing justice in our daily life. It's not like a grand goal of realizing justice, but just for the sake of living together. It is about building a philosophy that we can follow in our daily life. And what is impressive is forgiveness shall not be coerced, it shall be given voluntarily. Forgiveness shall not be for someone else, but it shall be for your own good, at your own speed. I lived in Ansan Siheung for a long time, and I remember the Seoul accident, Seoul ferry accident. And some people might say, why do we still need to talk about the ferry Sewol accident?
강요된 용서가 아니라 자발적인 용서.
So victims should be given the choice to give forgiveness at their own speed. It shall not be coerced. So this is something that we can think about from the case of Rwanda genocide.
어떤 마음이 드셨는지 또 어떤 의도가
So what thoughts did you have while preparing for this presentation?
준비를 하면서
While preparing for today's talk,
착각이 있던 것 같아요. 저는 청년 세션이라고 해서
I thought
청년들이
since it was a
장관할
youth roundtable, I thought the audience is going to be the youth.
저는 평화와 사랑을 얘기할 때
But whenever I talk about peace and love among the young generations, many of them are divided because of the ideological ideas or different thoughts, whether it is women versus men, left versus right, or the boss versus junior, or the way you eat the sweet and sour pork dish.
나와 달라도 이웃이다라는 거를 그리고 사랑할 수 있는
But
사람이다라는
even though there are differences, you can love the other beyond the differences that you might have. Thank you so much. Now I would like to shed light on the Vietnamese case. We'd like to welcome our next panelist.
베트남에서의 통일이 된
Mr. Jo Young-seo saw the Vietnamese unification, in which Korea is not pursuing unification in that way. So the current Vietnamese, the young generation has their own perspective onto their unification. With that, we may imagine what will be like after Korean unification. So let us invite Mr. Jo Young-seo.
네, 안녕하십니까.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Jo Young-seo from Action Aid Vietnam. The title of my presentation is Unification of the Korean Peninsula, Learning from Vietnam. December last year, a serious crisis took place in Korea. It was more than democratic crisis threatening peace on the Korean Peninsula. The group risked to invite the war, greatly threatening peace of the Korean Peninsula. In this incomprehensible situation, we have to think about the peace of the Korean Peninsula. The martial law or insurrection was used as a tool for a certain political group to continue their power. Division does not mean just aspiration for all the people. The division was manipulated by a certain group to be used for their own benefit and favor. That destabilized the Korean Peninsula and threatened security of the Korean people. 2025 is the 80th year of the Korean War. At this moment, what can be said about unification among the younger generation? Unification seems to be a very distant idea for them because the young generation have not experienced the division directly, and the North Korea is the subject of mockery or teasing. Sometimes the young generation is indifferent to unification. So the older generation just use the unification agenda for their own political agenda. So that's why the younger generation does not pay much serious attention to the unification. That's why the discussion on the unification is much contracted or almost non-existent. Nevertheless, I want to ask and try to answer to that. If I'm asked whether we need unification, I would say absolutely yes. If amidst the indifference of the younger generation, unification is the practical and the ideal task for us to have a benefit and to have a better world. Today is not the venue to discuss unification. However, as a member of younger generation living present day, I want to look to Vietnam and as a person who witnessed the Vietnamese, the unified Vietnam, I want to say something about it. As I am one of the younger generation in Korea, I had a class about the unification, and in the elementary school, I watched the Inter-Korean Summit in the middle of the class, and after that I was in the military when Lee Myung-bak took power. After that I went to Vietnam and spent there for 10 years, and I met my spouse there. While living in Vietnam, I borrowed the Vietnamese perspective to look into the world. And at the 50th anniversary of Vietnam unification, I acquired the hint from those countries to be applied to the Korean unification. Two countries are very different. Even though they are different, there are something that Korea can learn from Vietnamese unification. Vietnam also had a younger generation who have not experienced any war, and the Vietnamese unification was initiated by the northern part of the country. From their experience, I saw some beacon of hope for the Korean unification. As you know, the Vietnam was a colony of French. Under the Ho Chi Minh's leadership, the independence war continued for 50 years, and through the countless battles, Vietnam ended colonial rule from the prince. However, the war divided the country between north and the north, and then the unification war started, and with the U.S. intervention, the war became intensified. In 1973, U.S. Army was withdrawn, and 1974, North Vietnam achieved unification by conquering the South Vietnam. That day is remembered as the Day of Unification. The most noteworthy in this event is that it's the internal victory, even though there is external forces. Korea was divided due to the external forces. However, Vietnam overcame the external forces to achieve internal unification. They take great pride in here. Vietnamese colonial era is not much emphasized as Korea did. The unification is not simply meaning that they overcome external forces, but they achieved unification on their own. I believe internal integration was the driving force of the Vietnamese diplomacy. Within the international dynamics, Vietnam exercised the bamboo diplomacy to have equal distance with the neighboring countries. They took United States as a security partner, China as the largest trading partner. A lot of Vietnamese loved United States as well as President Trump. The United States was one of the countries that involved in the war, but still the Vietnamese people like the country. And China is the largest trading partner of the Vietnam, and Vietnam is very relied on China for economic reasons. And China shares borderline with the Vietnam. But nevertheless, Vietnamese were able to voice out independent words. With the independent diplomacy, they minimized external forces and achieved the internal unification. That is used as a very convincing narrative and used for the internal integration. This autonomous external relations or diplomacy, Vietnam was able to carve out their own way for unification. With this internal pride and high interest in international relations, Vietnam could find its own position in this dynamics. If you look at the unification process of Vietnam, Vietnam was able to find out their own way. From the outside, the unification process seems to be smooth. However, deeper look shows very different story.
남부는 북부와 남부는 분단 이전부터
The North and the
많은
South
역사적
had a very
배경을
different
갖고 있습니다.
background in terms of history.
오랫동안
The
중국의
northern
영향을
part
강하게
was greatly
받으며
affected
유교적이고
by
공동체적인 문화가
China. It has a Confucius culture and it has a long history of central governance. However, and the South was greatly affected by Buddhism and Hinduism. During the colonial era, they imported capitalist attitude. So their attitude is very practical compared to its northern counterpart.
베트남에서 전쟁을 겪지 않은 남부의 젊은 세대가
However, the younger generation in the southern Vietnam are more nationalistic. Young generations wear their traditional costume and held the flags. So I was very envious of the scene when they celebrate the unification. I am living in a Delta Mekong area. There I had a conversation with a girl in her 20s. As you see in the screen, the social media, this girl posted this picture in celebration of the 80th anniversary of the unification. Actually, she is a K-pop fan who loves EXO and Baekhyun. As the 50th anniversary comes up, she wore aojai, traditional attire, and held the flag. She took a photo with her friends, and she really celebrated the unification with other young friends. So all younger generation was really happy about achieving unification in their history. On September 8th, the 80th anniversary independence was another big festival. In 2025, the northern part of the Vietnam became just one to celebrate the day. This girl just thought that the Independence Day was a holiday. However, with the unification became highlighted in the media, she was able to revisit the meaning and legacy of unification and old generation. It was very like a text-like answer, but she added that her feeling is greatly shared with her peers, because through the media, they were able to review their history, and they took the history and translated history into their on young languages. I know that the unification is not popular topic in Korea among young generation. So compared to that, I was very surprised that Vietnamese younger generation has different idea about the unification. I believe so the patriotic sentiment could be brought up through the national matches in sports, and that is also same as Korea. But this lady, this girl, know that unification brought them international and political benefits to Korea. And she was very happy that the Vietnam as a whole to focus on the economic development without wasting any energy with the frustration over division. Now, I would like to this period is the self-confirmation age. Through this conversation and dialogue, this girl, I learned that the younger generation take unification as positive, and they regard themselves as a part of the unification narrative. So patriotism and the national pride were essential for them. So patriotism is regarded as a natural sentiment among the people that was a great affection toward their hometown and their community. So this atmosphere gave me some hope that Korea can too change.
공감대라는 단어만큼 사회적으로
The
공감받지 못하고 있는
so-
단어가 또 없다고 생각합니다.
Social compassion is very distant idea, although it sounds ideal. Unification requires social sentiment or social compassion. Social compassion, social consensus is not built on its own. However, it cannot be forced or enforced from the outside. It has to be grown naturally. In order to have a social consensus, there would be the active discussion on the social values. Of course, Korea had a very tragic trend after the two inter-Korean summits. The popular or positive sentiment toward unification could not remain consistent. It was replaced by the negative feeling about unification. The Korean society was fragmented, and there are a lot of forces to take advantage of fragmentation of the society. From here, we can take lessons from Vietnam. Of course, heterogeneity existed in Vietnamese society. However, with the Vietnamese identity and Vietnamese pride were grown to achieve unification. Those feelings were not enforced from the top. Based on their national narrative, those sentiments were homegrown and naturally grown among the people. Young generation does not simply deny any the conservative or conservatism or conservative feelings. On their daily life, young people enjoy K-pop and cultural events. However, on the national holidays like Unification Day, they wear their traditional costume and host flags to celebrate the day. With unification, they enjoy the elevated national status and the pride. From this, the national pride and the positive sentiments were internalized through the cultural, the civilizational cultivation and cultural cultivation. So they revisit what pains, what sufferings their older generation went through to achieve unification. So social consensus in Vietnam was grown based on the repeated the exercise of national narratives and study of them. So voluntary, that became their national asset. Now, Korea does not have a solid consensus on unification throughout the society. So emotional appeal or one-sided efforts cannot achieve unification in Korea. Through the balanced diplomacy, with the concerted support from the outside, we should move toward unification. And that should be considered as a process to settle peace in this region. That role should be taken up by the government. At the same time, the value of the unification has to be stressed and communicated among the younger generation in a different way. And the external influence should be minimized, and the Korean people themselves have to come up with ways to achieve unification. That way, I believe we can build the foundation for the real unification into the future.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you.
베트남의 사례로 들어보는 통일에 대한
He used the Vietnamese case in thinking about Korean unification. It's not about whether to have achieved unification or not, but he presented what we have forgotten in this process from Vietnamese case. And as you prepare this slide, you may develop some questions and doubts, or you would become emotional in the process. How did you prepare this presentation? I was asked to prepare this presentation March this year. At that time, I was very doubtful how much I can deliver this message to the audience, because it was before the change of the government. My view on the unification based on the Vietnam experience, I was very envious that I asked why we Koreans cannot do that. Fortunately, I saw the change of government in Korea, so I really wanted to add some voices and want to show the direction where we should head toward unification. Luckily and happily, a few days ago, President Lee made a keynote address at UN with the ND initiative. He talked about how to settle peace on the Korean Peninsula. So now it seems that society is getting ready for this discussion. So I don't want to miss this opportunity. And in this important setting and Kim Dae-jung Peace Forum, I feel that it will be very meaningful if I can deliver the cases of Vietnamese unification to the Korean audience. Thank you. So this was very timely presentation. We are very lucky to have that discussion. As I listened to him, I thought, why? Why I saw a lot of comments on this kind of news, and I monitor the younger generation's community, but the sentiment was very negative. Usually they don't accept unification in a positive way. Then why is that? I questioned that to myself. The discourse of the unification is not really agenda for the young people. That's because the unification for them is too distant, and they did not have experience of making small peace in their daily life, because their daily life is tough. So in order to have a peace in a grand way, we need to be able to enjoy the small peace in our daily lives. And also we have to be trained to have a discussion on common good and implement those actions for the common good. That's my wish. However, our younger generation is measured about the university entrance examination, SAT, and they have to live their daily lives in a tough way. That's why the peace discourse cannot be settled in our daily discussion. Next speaker will be speaking about the Laos case. Now I'd like to invite our next speaker, Mr. Lee Jae-won, who is working as the CEO of Green Goods in Laos. So how can we move forward together? We can learn from the Laos case. Please welcome our speaker, Mr. Lee, to the podium. Hello everyone. I am representing Green Goods Laos. My name is Jae-won Lee. While taking part in the Kim Dae-jung Peace Center, it was very interesting, and it was a great learning opportunity for me personally. I'm going to share my personal stories, so no huge pressure on me. I am a farmer who is raising chicks in Laos, in rural villages of Laos. I want to talk to you about the seeds of peace found in rural Laos. We do not only raise chicks,
products, but also we promote sustainable changes through our journey locally. The reason that I was interested in Laos is because I studied international development through cooperation, and I went to Laos as part of the KOICA program. And when I got there, I wanted to create sustainable income source for local farmers in Laos. If they wake up early, a little bit earlier, and then work a little bit harder, they may earn more money, but that was not true. When I went to rural villages in Laos, more income cannot be generated just through individual efforts. Let me take some of the examples. Let's say farmers worked hard to grow vegetables, but they couldn't sell them due to lack of transportation, and as freshness declined, no one would buy them and be wasted. And what about the price instability? The prices fluctuate, so you cannot charge for what you can ask for. And even if you have a good agricultural produce, the definition of good agricultural produce is different, one held by consumers and the other one held by farmers. So even if you grow really good agricultural produce, there are limited marketing means for farmers to appeal their products to consumers. That's why I say individual efforts cannot solve the problem that is faced by local farmers. That's why we need a structured and systematic approach to help their lives become better. So local farmers, they cannot overcome structural issues on their own. That is because of the weak infrastructure and lack of transportation means and poor market access, and which deters farmers to meet consumers in a convenient way. And they do not have sufficient information on which fertilizer that they should use for farming. So limited knowledge and training is another problem. And the news you can get from SNS platforms like YouTube, you do not know how to filter the right information from incorrect information. So as a researcher, I can just write down what I found in my papers and reports. It's easy task. However, the more difficult task is how can we apply such learnings in the field. Am I contributing to solving the problem in the field? I myself am just writing a couple of lines in my paper without practical action items that can be practiced in the field. That's why I thought, why don't I take this chance to go out there and do something for local farmers? That's how I came to raise chicks. I wanted to be a problem solver, but I do not see myself as a problem solver no more. I see myself as a companion working together with local farmers in the field. As I said to you before, for our farmers, we provide a structured solution. For example, we help them hatch really good chicks, and after the chicks become chickens, we procure such chickens from farmers. And in the market, farmers promise to raise their chicks and chickens antibiotic-free in a free-range environment, so we help with the marketing phrases and campaigns. And this is our business model. We provide high-quality chicks free of charge to our farmers, and they learn how to raise chicks in a right manner. Of course, they have local knowledge. So in addition to such local knowledge, we provide our know-how. And after chicks grow in a healthy manner, we purchase such chicks from farmers. And the products are branded through our marketing system to meet the end consumers in the market. And then certification will be carried out on behalf of them by our company. For example, HACCP certification and so on. But these are such great products. We connect farmers with consumers in a speedy manner. And there are farmers who do not have initial capital investment money, so we provide the seed money for farmers to make investments at the first step so that they can pay back after getting the income generated by selling their products. These are products and services that we offer in Laos. Eggs, chickens. Sometimes the UN provide technical requests for technical consulting for local farmers by international organizations like UN. So we take such responsibility as well. And there is one big name, a big company named the CP in Southeast Asian countries. It is difficult to become certified vendors for this big conglomerate like CP, and the contracting is written in more advantageous way for these companies like CP. So as far as trust is concerned, small farmers, it is difficult for them to earn consumer trust. So in the case of CP, it is required to make a huge initial investment. But compared against the initial investment that you've got to make, the income generated therefrom is not as big as you hope it to be. So we offer more income and profit for farmers compared against the CP if farmers work with through our company, Green Goods. And also the difference between us and CP is that we help farmers become independent. We have done businesses with local farmers for the past 5 years. For example, Asia Development Bank is one of our shareholders of our company, so that we can continuously expand our business model. And also, we are participating in UN procurement projects, which ended successfully. And also, we closely work with Gwi-ok. As said to you before, the biggest challenge faced the local farmers is that they want to provide good products to the end consumers. So what we can do is we bring the farmers' products to our processing facilities, which are certified by HACCP and GMP. And our chick farm got a number of certifications, so it's a certified facility. We seek a way to coexist with our farmers. And 80% of farmers are women. Because women, it is difficult for them to leave their village. They have to live with their parents and support their parents. The reason we find great meaning in our business is because when farmers generate income, the income goes back to household. They use the generated income for tuition and for taking the family out for nice meals and so on. So most of our companies are those locals in their 20s. So we find value in what we do. And the pictures you are seeing on this slide are how the farmers' products like eggs and chickens are weighed by a scale and sold to our company. And for the past 5 years, we have conducted a number of important projects. And in the downtown of Laos, we sell chicken meat to end consumers. At the right bottom picture. Still, we have many things underway, and we run into difficulties and challenges on a daily basis. For example, there are farmers who have worked with us for a long time, but in order to earn more money, they move to another region. And also through production processes, they may run into challenges and difficulties. But what we want to do is engage young locals to grow together. And it is our journey, and we love this journey. That's why we never give up, and we continue to do what we do in Laos. When I was asked to speak in front of you, and I thought myself, what kind of key message should I send to young people in Korea? What kind of message should I give to people who are living in a country that is better off than Laos? Local farmers, they always complain about lack of opportunities, but when I see young Koreans in Korea, they always desire more opportunities as well. So that is a common denominator. So opportunities can be generated through a system, and the driving force behind generating more opportunities could be young people, the youth. The power can be yielded by the youth. So among the social issues, it is not only about redressing poverty, but it is about improving the productivity. When the youth takes interest in solving social issues, it is important for them to understand the social structure and be the agent of change through the journey. We aim to increase the productivity, and we can form a cooperative for farmers to come together and replicate the success cases. And when we replicate success cases, if something cannot be redressed, we can invite experts to share their expertise through training and educational opportunities. This is one of the things that we can do, and by doing so, we can create a virtuous circle through which sustainable development among farmers can be achieved. If young people want to redress a problem, then it is wise to take a structured approach. What I wanted to tell you is that about my life story and what I did in Laos. I thought it was not a happy topic for you to listen to. And the activities in Laos, we ask for your continued interest and support. And thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to talk to you. This would be the end of my presentation. Thank you. It was quite interesting to listen to the case in Laos. Thank you. When Mr. Lee talked about the business model, it was such a great opportunity for us to listen to. He didn't say his business model is the best of all. He was just sending a message that his business model exists to help the local farmers locally. But we are not a problem solver. We are there to support them. So just as Mr. Lee said, we are a companion along the journey, whether it is infrastructure development or educational opportunities. Through diverse means, we can help them advance further. And the tools that Mr. Lee is using is the business model of his company, so that problems can be looked into together with locals in Laos. So what kind of thoughts do you want to share while you prepare for your presentation? When I was asked to speak, I was going to tell you about how we try to help the local farmers. And I started farming business back in a couple of years ago, and we went through significant changes. And I just wanted to share my personal story and journey, and what I wanted to look back. And prior to this forum, some people might say that there are more opportunities in developing countries, but there are not so many young people in the development assistance area. So I want to let others know that there are things that we can do in this sphere. I'm not a good speaker, so it was quite a burden for me to be a speaker, but I mustered courage to talk about our personal stories so that voices from young people like me can be heard and shared.
너무나 효과적인 흥미로운 이야기를
Thank you so much for sharing your interesting stories.
인상 깊었던 것이
The most impressive part is that
구조로 만드는 일로 정의했다. 그
peace is defined as giving equitable opportunities to people. Even if farmers in Laos work really hard, their work cannot be rewarded in an equitable manner. And Mr. Lee said that he wants to be a companion along throughout the journey of local farmers.
받은 사료를 갖고 또 그린 굿즈가 연결한 물류망을 통해서
His company built a supply chain built by Green Goods so that the eggs and chickens raised by local farmers can be priced at the market rate.
아니라 나와 함께 동행한 외국에서 온 저 친구.
It can be done thanks to the help coming from the neighbors and coming from a foreigner who flew from Korea to Laos to help farmers in Laos. I think that is the secret recipe to his successful business in Laos. You do not wait for fairness and justice to be realized, but at the same time, you move forward one small step by small step with colleagues and companions next to you. So these are the lessons that we can learn from his case. It was a great opportunity to listen from 3 panelist members. So let's invite them to share their comments. I want to ask a question to Jae-won Lee. You set yourself as a companion for local farmers. What kind of message can you share with the Korean audience here? In the beginning, as I explained to you, we try to be a problem solver. And the definition of a problem and the resolution of a problem, I thought I can be the one who can propose definition and the solution. But when you go out there, local farmers know more knowledge and expertise, and naturally, I and my company repositioned ourselves as a companion, not a solver. Sometimes you need a great leader, but in most of cases, you need companions who can pave the way so a great leadership can shine along the way. So our company was there to create such a cooperation mechanism. When I came up with the message of being a companion, I thought about inviting more people to join efforts as companions for better outcomes. A problem cannot be defined and redressed by one person, but if you engage more people in more discussions and conversations, the more the people, the better outcome there may be, despite the differences in opinions. So being a companion is a thing that is very essential. We use the word ecosystem a lot. Human resources that can create a right ecosystem are lacking. Therefore, in development assistance area, there are not so many young people who are active in the sphere. And the reason behind it is because decreasing number of companions. And we want to see opportunities flow like a river, but it only comes sporadically, like a rain shower. So we have to rethink how we can create more opportunities. Thank you so much. Now I'd like to invite Mr. Lee. I want to ask you a question. In order to raise the awareness of what's happening in other parts of the world, we have to engage the young audience. However, starting a conversation is really difficult because you are afraid of being attacked, and you are afraid of being criticized for the use of certain words.
피와 사륙의 현장에서 그걸 해냈단 말이죠.
But Rwanda was rebuilt based on the sacrifices and the victims of the Rwanda genocide. So how did they start the conversation about reconciliation and forgiveness of the Rwanda genocide?
모두에게 충분한 시간은 당연히 주어진 것으로
Sufficient time shall be given to everyone. So starting point, conversation starter is umuganda. I briefly mentioned about it in my slides. On the last Saturday of every month, everyone comes out and work together. The president has to come out onto the street and do something together. Sweep the street, pick up the trash, and you help others repair houses. So this umuganda system is an opportunity where you can start having conversations, and this is an opportunity where you can start interacting. And through such joint activities, you start to see perpetrators or the other people not as monsters and devils, but as just an ordinary neighbor. Therefore, in order to start a conversation, you have to go out there and meet people in person more often. What about in Laos? Is there any coalition or social capital or infrastructure or program that generate venues for people to come together and have dialogue? Laos is a farming-dominated country. There are many activities that people come out together to do something together. There are already organized communities. That's how our business model was applied in a speedy manner. But still, the young generation has different colors, and they still need a system to reflect different voices and opinions. It is difficult to collect and integrate different opinions and stances. There is a strong need for a public discourse. But other than doing physical activities together, there are limited venues and opportunities to share different opinions. Twice a month, farmers come together and to talk about their personal stories. They talk about their family and the village events. It's a casual meeting venue. But for a serious agenda, there are not many discussions that I find.
We are engaged in international development activities, so we have to talk about that topic as well. What we do is involving the word Global South. The most important value is organizing the local communities. It's not like top-down enforcement. The local community organization requires local ownership. They have to raise their own voices. This is what we call the activity of the community organization. This is very essential in international development, and it is regarded as one of important values. Not only for the international organization, it is also important for our society. Korea is an OECD country. We are one of the rich club, but we don't really have to say that Korea is subject to the international development activity. We have to have our own ownership to organize community network
이게 단순히
So-
국제개발협력에서 소위 말하면 개발도상국에서 우리가 지원을 해준다라는 활동이
So
아니라
it's
전반적인
not
시작,
the activity targeting the developing countries, but as a cosmopolitan citizen in the world, we need to also engage in the community building. That's what I learned from my activity. I totally agree with you. Yes, community organization. So what is the role of the community members in that activity? If we look at our daily life, our life is filled with work and rest. So we spend our own time on a private matter. Then where is the division line between what is public and what is private? Let's say there is a field in our community. Who has to take care of the common community field? So the public activity requires a lot of efforts from the community members.
왜 모든 것을 일과 소비로만 해결하려고 하는가?
Why we think that our life is only filled with the work and the consumption? If there is a member who cannot perform these two activities, aren't they the member of the community? Actually, there should be more members who can take care of the public activities. For public activities, we need to community organization or community building. For that, we need to gather our forces. Community activities should not just driven toward the monetization, but for the development of the public activities.
그리고 그 과정에서
In the process, having said that, solidarity comes up into my mind.
청년 세대들만 하더라도
For younger generations, solidarity, the word solidarity is not very closely felt. Yeah, we have a friends, but maybe with friends we can play soccer. However, that is not the example of solidarity. For me, I do not have much experience of performing solidarity in my school days. In Vietnam, there are solidarity activities, whether it is loose or tight. Do you have any case to share with us about the solidarity formation?
연대의 반대말이 뭘까요?
What would be the opposite word of solidarity?
연대의 반대말은 저는 분열이라고 생각합니다.
The opposite word of solidarity is fragmentation.
사회에서 연대의
What is
가치가
very obviously, the solidarity value is not very appreciated because the society is too much fragmented. There are forces who do not want the national unification. They try to divide our society too much. So looking at that, we need something to control the societal fragmentation. However, that effort should be supported by the institution. Of course, there are many reasons for the lack of solidarity in our solidarity. Of course, we need the Anti-Discrimination Act. And in terms of unification, social consensus is needed to move toward the unification. Rather than unification, people prefer to use integration. North Korea is no longer North Korea. North Korean people call their country as Joseon. The North Korea is a member of UN system, so we have to regard. People say that the North Korea is another state, separate state. Anyway, a lot of discourses are taking place over that. So toward unification, we need form a big trend. With that, we may reduce fragmentation or minimize fragmentation of our society, and that happened in Vietnam. Vietnam is a socialist country, so people may misunderstand that the socialist government may enforce the unification agenda for the people, but however, that is not the case. When I say freedom, freedom is not the reckless freedom. You have to take responsibility for the freedom. Or when you say, you have to take responsibility for what you say. So now you have to think about what is the real meaning or real value of freedom. In order to protect the freedom, and what should be protected in principle, we have to think about it. So the dialogue and discussions are not popular or widely preferred. So in order to form the solidarity, we need to get rid of the causes for the fragmentation. The democratic sentiment is important. However, rather than make an appeal to the sentiment, we need to build a consensus or positive feeling toward unification to stabilize our life. So rather than the slogan, we need to have a legal or institutional tools and equipment for unification. So solidarity should not be left to the role of the forum, but you said we need to set the rule to get rid of the causes of fragmentation. The fragmentation was sweeping through the country in Rwanda when it was at the war.
In the Gachacha case, was there any structured or organized division among the public, split towards the unified stance? Tutsi, Hua, those are the ethnic groups, and they all had their respective administrative systems. How many counts you have? That was the criteria that divided Tutsi from Hutu. Because of such conflicts, the confrontations worsened, and there were genocide, not just the Rwanda genocide we know, but other genocide. When you talk about the division among the people, there were like a certain internal forces in Trame who instigated such division among the people. But away from the division toward coalition, Rwanda was successfully able to make that transition. Now Rwanda see themselves as Rwanda people, not people belonging to Hutu, Tutsi, or Tua. They consider themselves as just one people. That was the biggest contributor to coalition away from division. Is there any question from the floor? We can entertain a number of questions.
오늘 제가 이번 한국 여행 굉장히 잘했다 하는 느낌을.
I feel so lucky to come to Korea this time. I am very moved and wowed, and almost the tears formed in my eyes. While listening to the young generation, I was overwhelmed by the meaning of having this youth roundtable. Away from division towards coalition is a timely topic, a moving topic. Thank you so much. One more thing that I'd like to invite everyone to think about is cases from Laos, Vietnam, and Rwanda. It's about building a society, a harmonious society. This is a quite contrast to the German case. In Germany, it was about how Germans were able to achieve a peaceful unification. Now, Vietnam was able to achieve unification through a war.
사회를 만들어가는 분위기가 조성되고 있다 하는 것이 굉장히 대조적인
It is
이야기인
very
것 같아요.
contrasting
그런데
because
지금
in
한국에서
your
통일을
countries,
요구하는
it is about
통일을 이야기하는
building
통일을
peace.
요구하는 분들한테 베트남에서 배웁시다 하면은
And
전쟁으로 이긴 나라한테
through war. And when we ask people to learn from Vietnam, they say, what should we learn from a country that achieved the unification through war? That's why they turn attention to the German case. In Germany, social integration has not been achieved. So they think about division first, which slows down the discussions. So cases from 3 countries, the growth stories and growth momentum are the fuel for coalition. They serve as the foundation for building coalition. So if growth stories in those countries, even though the speed may be small, but if locals have the hope of having a better future, coalition would come easily. So when we talk about unification in Korea, we should encourage people to, especially young people, to have hope for a better future. So that's what we can learn from the cases of those countries. That is not a question, but a comment that I wanted to share with you.
네, 제가 대표해서 감히 말씀드리겠습니다. 정말 너무 감사드리고요.
On behalf of the panel, I would like to say thank you. In the previous session, there was a presentation about the Korean Peninsula and unification. And there, I felt that there are people who talk differently about the same topic. And I also think that how Vietnamese people would talk about unification. Unification was achieved through war in Vietnam. Even without war, Vietnam would be able to achieve unification because I know that Vietnam has that energy. And another thing is that Korea, as one of the Asian countries, has a community-based culture. That culture should be maintained. In South Korea, the Western culture is predominant and individualized culture is also sweeping through. So community culture is lost a bit. So the community-based unification would not be, could be skeptical in my thinking. In the Korea, one of the Asian countries, can learn things from Vietnamese experience. Although the unification is achieved through the way in Vietnam, however, the internalization was conducted through the Asian way in Vietnam. That is the very different point compared to German unification. Compared to Rwanda and Laos, they would do their own story. So my wife is Vietnamese. It's not about her. However, culturally and for many fronts, we share the commonalities with Vietnam. That's why I say we can learn a lot from Vietnam. Thank you. Any other question from the floor?
네. 사실 방금 하시는 대화를 들으면서
As I listened to this dialogue, something was come up into my mind. We are discussing solidarity. What's more important is to put what word will be standing in front of the word solidarity. We need solidarity that does not isolate anyone. About 10 years ago, my family was poor, so I had to work in a factory. At that time, I was lonely. I felt that my colleagues and myself were isolated from the society. This isolation may ensue the hatred and some negative feeling. A lot of the information was acquired through online community. At that time, the online community was dominated by the fraudulent or the manipulation initiated by the online communities as well as Korea CIA.
these isolated people cannot be regarded sentimentally as a part of the society, and they feel themselves as a loser. So they have to find their own ways to navigate through this society. Their education is not better than other people. So at that time, my pride was, self-esteem was very low. So the solidarity we need is in the form of the solidarity without isolation. So we should not, the people, remain isolated from the community. We have to detect blind spots and try to get rid of them. And solidarity spirit should be expanded. So in the name of the international assistance, international aid, we are trying to spot the blind spots in the international solidarity. It's about time is almost up. So let me close. Let me wrap up this session. The title of this roundtable is the people making peace lived there. From Rwanda, seeking for forgiveness and cooperation, there were people there. It was not the courthouse, it was not the grand building. Only the neighbors, community members were living there. In Vietnam, there were young generations who have not experienced war, but they accepted unification with pride. It's not just a simple integration between the South and North. However, they celebrate unification in their daily lives. They took unification for granted, and they find their pride and identity from that event. In Laos, even though there is a poverty who cannot be rewarded for their efforts, however, they are cooperating by sharing the resources, and they develop their own self-esteem that they contribute to their community on their own by doing their own business. I believe these kind of activities planted the seed for their pride.
문장은 꼭 멀리 떨어진 곳에서만 적용되는 게 아닐지 모릅니다. 한국 사회에도
in the Korean society too, in our life too, there are people who build the peace. There are people who try to have a dialogue with the people with different ideas. And if opportunities is closed, there are people who try to carve out new paths, new ways. If these people are getting together, then they will reflect on their past. They would say that in the past there was a lot of people killing themselves. However, we are now living in a better world. That's my hope. I believe today planted the seed for that better future. So today we heard a lot of stories that are not easily found in the Korean community, and their experience and their fruit can be imported to the Korean community, which will produce another seed for a better outcome. And then someday we will live in a society where freedom is flowing like a river. The September 26, 2025 will be a very pleasant day where we revisited the ideas of President Kim Dae-jung.
이제 자리로 모시도록 하겠습니다. 네, 2025 김대중 평화회의 3일차 마지막 세션이었습니다.
It was the very last session of Kim Dae-jung Peace Forum 2025. How was it?
세션 과장을 맡아주신 이 오이석 대표님께서 정말 차분하면서
The moderator Oiseok will lead the discussion. It was very enriched experience for all of us, and it was very rewarding and very reassuring that there are people who really make their efforts to achieve peace in different corners of the world. Beyond the differences, beyond the borders, we can see what was done by the Korean young generation. With the young people at center, in the discussion, we were able to revisit the spirit of President Kim Dae-jung. Thank you for joining us. And any insight and discussions hopefully are translated into action in your daily life. Even though it was last session, I see a lot of audience stay their seats, enjoy the discussion, and I would like to say thank you for that again. Now we are almost nearing the end of the 3-day journey. The last program of the forum is the presentation of awards for the Kim Dae-jung book award and the thesis award. For that, I would like to invite Dr. Baik, the president of Academy of Kim Dae-jung Studies. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him to the stage.
여러분 안녕하세요.
Hello everyone. From now on, I will now report on the progress of the 2025 Kim Dae-jung Academic Award and Kim Dae-jung Thesis Award. First, the call for submissions cover two categories. One is the Kim Dae-jung Academic Award and the Kim Dae-jung Thesis Award. And Kim Dae-jung Thesis Award is further divided into the research category and the undergraduate and graduate student category. Candidate submissions for the two categories were invited over a 4-month period from April the 1st to August 31st, 2025. The call for submission was announced in both Korean and English on the Kim Dae-jung Academy website, as well as on the websites of major academic societies and universities. As a result, we received numerous applications for both the Kim Dae-jung Academic Award and the Kim Dae-jung Thesis Award. In accordance with the regulations on the Kim Dae-jung Academic Award and Kim Dae-jung Thesis Award, the Kim Dae-jung Academy formed a review committee consisting of 1 chair and 4 judges, 5 members in total. The committee conducted a rigorous and fair evaluation process. As a result of the evaluation, one winner was selected for the Kim Dae-jung Academic Award. And one paper was awarded in the undergraduate and graduate student category of the Kim Dae-jung Thesis Award. For a single-authored research was given to No Myung-hwan, who is the Professor Emeritus teaching in the Department of Sociology at Hankuk University of Foreign Studies, and his thesis was titled The Meaning of Kim Dae-jung's Life, Thought, and Policies in the Era of Fourth Industrial Revolution, Relations and Comparisons with the Big Picture Round. And as for the undergraduate and graduate student category of the Kim Dae-jung Thesis Award, Lee Da-young was selected. The thesis title is The Significance of Cultural Democracy in the Kim Dae-jung Administration Realized Through the Politics of Connection. So this concludes the progress report on the 2025 Kim Dae-jung Academic Award and Kim Dae-jung Thesis Award. Congratulations to the two awardees.
주시겠습니다. 얼마나 세심하게 준비하고 또 심사해 주셨는지 알 수가 있었습니다.
We were able to hear the rigorous assessment process was implemented to give this award to the awardees Myung-hwan-no and Dae-jung Lee. Please welcome our two awardees with a big hand. The executive committee chair is going to award to give the award to Myung-hwan-no first.
시작하겠습니다. 김대중 학술상 연구 저서 부문. 저서 제목 4차 산업혁명 시대를 위한 김대중 생애 사상 정책의 의미 빌리 브란트와의 관계 비교 속에서
This is given to the thesis with the title of the meaning of Kim Dae-jung's life, thought, and policies in the era of the Fourth Industrial Revolution, relations and comparisons with the big picture round. They submitted the awardee submitted the thesis paper to receive this Kim Dae-jung Academic Award.
공동조직위원장 김성재. 네, 상장과 부상 증서를 수여합니다.
Yes, the certificate and the prize are awarded. Let's give him the good photo shot.
오늘의 영예로운 상이 앞으로의 연구와 학문 활동에 큰 힘이 되기를 진심으로 바라겠습니다.
The award would further encourage his research
네,
and
진심으로
studies.
축하드립니다.
Congratulations.
네, 단체 촬영을 위해서 수상자는 잠시만 더 무대에서 함께
There will
해주시기
be a
바랍니다.
group photo later
이다영님
on.
앞으로
So next I
모셔서
would like to
시상하도록
invite
하겠습니다.
이다영.
네, 김대중 논문상입니다. 대학원생 부문
김대중
우수상입니다.
thesis
논문 제목
award.
연결의 정치로 구현된 김대중 정부의 문화 민주주의 및 의의. 이다영. 이 사람은 대한민국 제15대 대통령이자
She
2000년 노벨
submitted
평화상
the
수상자인
thesis,
김대중의 철학, 사상, 정치,
for
정책,
Kim
리더십에
Dae-jung's
대한 학술
philosophy
연구를 장려하기
and the
위해 제정된
significance of
김대중
the
논문상의
achievements.
2025년 공모에 상기 논문을
She
제출하여
presented
우수한
very
평가를
excellent
받았으므로 이에
thesis.
2025년 대학원생 부문 김대중 논문상을 수여합니다. 2025년 9월 26일 김대중 평화회의 김영로 공동조직위원장 김성재.
김성재 and Governor Kim Young-ro
네,
present
역시 뜨거운 박수를 부탁드리겠습니다. 네, 역시 시상해주신 원장님과 함께 기념 촬영 진행합니다. 상장 펼쳐주시고요. 네, 김대중 대통령의 학문적 유산을 잇는 뜻깊은 상입니다. 자, 두 분의 수상자와 함께 네, 전원 촬영 후에 시상식 마무리하도록
Now there will be
하겠습니다.
the group photo with the awardees.
김대중 학술상 및 김대중 논문상 수여식을
김대중 Book
함께 하고
Award and
있습니다.
김대중 Thesis
네,
Award.
다시 한번 뜨거운 박수로 축하해
Recipients.
주시기 바랍니다. 네, 앞으로 더 멋진 연구 활동 이어가시길 바라겠습니다. 우리 수상하신 두 분은 자리로 돌아가 주시기
The
바랍니다.
awardees may return to their seats.
고맙습니다.
Thank you.
원장님께서는 잠시 더 함께해 주십시오. 이제 학술 이 평화회의 3일간의 대단원의 막을
Now
내릴
it's really
시간인데요. 전에
time to
백학수
wrap
원장님의
up the
재미있는 말씀을
three-day
듣고
journey
싶습니다. 여러분
of
다시
this
한번 원장님
Kim Dae-jung
박수로
Peace
맞이해
Award.
주시죠.
We will be hearing from President Baek Hansung for closing remarks.
하기 전에
Before
여러분 저
giving
상장만
give
받으신 거
out
아닌가 하고 궁금하게 생각하실
the
거예요.
closing ceremony, I would say that the as well as the certificate to the awardees, they receive a big amount of money, a prize.
김대중 대통령님께서는 내가 일생에 하고 싶은 일이 두 가지가 있었다.
President
정치와
Kim Dae-jung
학문이었다. 그래서
said he wanted to practice politics and academic activities. So, respecting his aspiration, we decided to create this academic award and the thesis award.
세계를 위한 상생 평화의 새로운 비전이라는
That we have to dealt with the topic of new vision for coexistence and peace on the Korean Peninsula and the world. It was a 3-day journey. And first of all, I would like to extend my gratitude for those who attended and took attended the conference until the very end. Now I still see that we are in the full house, and very thankful for that.
여러분 주변 생활도 그렇고 국제사회도
Looking at our daily lives and international community, nothing is very stable. A lot of things, a lot of dynamics are going on. For that, we feel disappointment and despair as well.
용서를 통한 화해와 평화,
The reconciliation and peace through forgiveness
무한한 사랑과 책임,
and
그리고 공공선을
eternal love for community and devotion for the common good,
자연과 사람
and love for humanity as well as nature,
반드시 이뤄내야 된다고
and creation of ecological ecosystem. These are the very causes for President Kim Dae-jung's life and philosophy. Whenever troubles comes up, rather than being tripped up there, he stood up again and again to change the world. So he laid the foundation for Korea to the status where we enjoy the current status in the global community. Now Korea became a country beloved by the global community. All those difficulties and troubles we experience internally and externally could be overcome with the spirit of President Kim Dae-jung.
멀리 해외에서 비행기 타고
We had the speakers who came here by air, and a lot of people participated here to serve as a moderator and speakers and panelists. And they traveled from afar, and thank you for that. And Governor Kim Young-lo, thank you for organizing and preparing all this for successful hosting of Kim Dae-jung Peace Forum. And also my appreciation goes to Kim Dae-jung Peace Center. And for the 3 days, we did not have any technical glitches that was enabled by the E-list PCO company. And the translator, the interpreters, worked very hard to deliver the message to you in English, in Korean. And I would like to say thank you for them. And lastly, this Peace Forum was live streamed in Korean and in English to the world. So all the audience, online audience, thank you for your time. And we have a great MC. Why don't we give her another big round of applause for hosting this 3-day conference forum. And with that, let me close the Kim Dae-jung Peace Forum 2025. Thank you.
네, 여러분 뜨거운 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 네, 백학수 원장님께서
Thank you,
정말
President
진심 어린
Baek
감사의 마음을 전해주셨습니다.
He delivered very sincere, thankful remarks to you. We arrived at the very end of the 3-day Kim Dae-jung Peace Forum.
전해주셨는데요. 정말 감동적이네요.
It was
고맙습니다.
very
자,
emotional
그럼 이것으로
closing.
2025 김대중 평화회 인사를 모두
This is the official
마무리하겠습니다. 올해
ending
세계와
of Kim Dae-jung Peace
한반도를
Forum
위한 상생평화의
2025. We have been
새로운
discussed
주제를 갖고
new vision
진행된
for
본회의.
coexistence and peace of the Korean Peninsula and online. I would like to deliver my gratitude to online and offline audience of this program. Democracy, reconciliation, and peace have to be carried forward toward peace, not only for Korea but also for the world.
김대중 평화회는 매년
Kim Dae-jung
매
Peace Forum
2년마다
is
개최가
biannual
됩니다.
event.
저희는 2027년에
I would like to
다시
sincerely
여러분을 만나도록 하겠습니다.
thank you
함께해 주신
all,
여러분
and
고맙습니다.
I look forward to seeing you again in 2027. Thank you.